As soon as I sat down, everything broke. Oh my god. I hope I do Hex Blast. It's on the list. It's on the list. I mean, I did a video on Lich this morning and it looked really good. We're good? Okay, everything works again. I gotta add the thing for Lich. Hello. Does anybody have a link to the interview that was yesterday? Bet you're itching for Hero Siege? I mean, a little. But I mean, it's fine, right? Oh. You'll grab it? Right, sweet. This gets closed. This gets closed. That gets closed. I have so many windows on my computer open. I know I'm about to watch this YouTube video, so I gotta close everything so there's no fucking audio or backlog or issues or bullshit. Right, this gets closed. I'm a little all over the place this morning. And I know it, and it's fine. This is the early access leveling guide. No, I have coffee. Already ditching Hero Siege, classic. Man, what if it's just on the other monitor? Garrus runs don't take any logic. You just click Garrus, run in a straight line. Is this it?
I think I just won my tax.
I can't watch the interview. I haven't watched it at all. I haven't seen it at all. I don't know anything. I was gonna watch it yesterday and do my YouTube video on it today, but after school and everything yesterday, Dean wanted to play Mario Party. Watch it on stream today. That's what I was gonna do. Watch it now and I'll get you a summary. I mean, I won't need a summary if we're just gonna watch it. Woody tweeted a summary. Yeah, that's great, but like, what is but like, what does that do for me? Watch it for content? I mean, I'm like, I don't know, like, I'm very grateful Woody did a fucking what do you call it of it, right? But like, does that, like, it doesn't do a whole lot. Like, I kind of want to watch, like, I wanted to watch it myself, you know, make my own interpretations. Get you bullet points and timestamps so you can make a video on it later. Dang. So watch it. I haven't touched the witch. I'm saving it until PoE 2. Actually, what we're going to do is we're going to shut this off so there's no background bullshit from this. Oh, he just uploaded it. Bleed Ritual is dead. Bleed Ritualist. I think you're supposed to start Amazon. I think no matter what way you... We're so spoiled that they even do interviews. It's true. I think no matter what, you're supposed to not start Ritualist. I think starting Ritualist might be bait. Extra ring for MF. Still think it might be bait. I'm torn. Good morning. Good morning. Did you guys watch the video? Have you guys liked and commented on it? Have you guys opened it? But MF's nerfed? Is MF nerfed? You just slam eventers on any build? I don't know. He just said MF's nerfed. Is MF nerfed?
I'm rock
You put a
hard, baby.
dislike? Things up. What up, bro? Oh, I gotta change that before Friday. I should probably change that before Friday. It's in the interview. I mean, MF is fine. Just nerf it. It's who cares, right? MF is nerfed. You know, it's funny because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be like, oh my God, everything's more affordable and everything's great. And my life is solved. MF is nerfed. And then they're still going to be broke and they're still going to complain. And they're going to be like, everything's so expensive and I can't get loot and I don't know what's going on. Are you going to be playing some of my latest edition Hero Siege today? Maybe. Depends on how long it takes us to get through the interview. They implied 200 to 300 gave 40 to 50% more divines. The high-end curve is nerfed. It's not though, right? The interview's like 2 hours. Like, the high-end curve is always going to be the high-end curve, right? Like, they're just going to find new ways to profit, right? Like, people are crazy if they think that nerfing Magic Find is going to be this magical solution that makes non-brokies non-broke, right? Like, the problem, the biggest solution to fixing Magic Find is to teach players how to be better, right? It's not like, I'm sure the Magic Find nerf's actually going to be pretty sweet, right? Because then you won't feel implied to like wear rarity gear, even though like I never wore rarity gear. I could care less about rarity gear. So we'll see. Yeah, exactly. Every time it's just the same thing. Everything's fine every time. So having friends equals profit. I have no friends. You have no friends by choice. Come on, man. There's literally an entire community here that you can join and be a part of and talk to people and make friends with. You choose to be a loner. As from one loner to another, you choose to be a loner. It won't change anything. Those who get to the iron first will still start ahead of the price, so they'll always be more efficient farming. They still have this. Yeah, exactly. Click play. I'm waiting. I was giving everybody a minute to funnel in. How else am I supposed to kill Uber Reaper if I have to wait and watch a video, sir? You know how hard it is to multitask at the same time? Jesus. You know, sir, do you have any clue how hard it is to do multiple things at the same time?
There we go. Well, without further ado, welcome to the Dawn of the Hunt version of the Tavern Talk podcast chat, whatever you want to call this thing.
I choose to play solo. Exactly.
And the very first question that we have, sort of the icebreaker here, the one that you've probably been spammed about in every single way you can.
Where Blake?
Patch notes when, my friends?
Damn it.
Well, I guess the thing Mark said earlier today is we'll post the patch notes when we're done making changes.
They're still making changes?
There's still some last minute changes coming in. At this point we're kind of like,
that's
crazy. We just want to
crazy.
get a few more of them final before we post the patch notes. There's certainly a lot of balance changes coming in hot on this one for sure.
What's crazy to me is that opening statement tells me that any kind of early prepping and planning outside of just like learning the campaign is literally pointless. I wouldn't even be surprised if we logged in Friday and like half the campaign was different, because I know they said the other day, or I read somewhere, that there's 100 new support gems coming out and they're not even telling us what the support gems are going to be. So, honest to God, wouldn't surprise me if that like maybe not half, but there are like major changes to the campaign, major changes to layouts, where things are, how things interact. They won't tell us skills or supports. Yeah, that's crazy and awesome all at the same time.
But I mean, look, it'll be like towards the end of the week, like maybe Thursday, sort of ish time, I suspect. We still have some things to do.
That's New Zealand Thursday.
That's New Zealand Thursday, so Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah. Wednesday for you. Yeah.
We're really spoiled about early patch
so
notes
we
too.
This little interview with some headers. So we're gonna move on to starting this interview with some follow-up questions from previous interviews you've done on news articles and also our Tavern Talk podcast, Destin, Siggy, and so forth.
Let me know if the
One
audio
of our
needs
first
to be
questions was actually
changed,
about
by the
Carry.
way.
The
The
topic of
videos, the
buffing
volumes,
the
Villa.
mechanic was brought up, and the desire to shoehorn this in for upcoming patch was stated. So the question is whether or not this made it in or not.
Well,
Is it good now?
It hasn't made it in yet, but we're still working on it. Like, I just have to see whether it feels good.
Perfect.
In order to make it actually right, we had to do some animation stuff, which makes it take a little bit longer because there's some, but effectively,
People forgot that was a
yeah, we
norm.
want
We
to
were really
have
spoiled,
something
man.
that makes block a bit
Turn
more
it up a
special
bit.
than it currently is now. Yeah, if unfortunately I don't think I can talk about it until like I'm a bit more sure it's going in because I don't want to excite people and being like, oh, then it just didn't work. Yeah, like, and I believe it's going to work. Like I've tested with it with bad animation and I can kind of see like, yeah, I'm pretty sure there's something here. But we'll see once the animation is actually in whether or not it works well. But yeah, I mean, it needs. It does need something to improve with it, and I'm pretty sure it will still get in for 0 to 0.
Okay. Just a quick follow-up to that. Like, is the desire for block is to make people actually use the race shield mechanic?
It's very hard to watch it live. I mean, that's the beauty of live interviews, right? Like live unedited interviews. That's like the best part about them, right? Regardless of the fact if they're like air quotes cringe or not, like having a live interview really like allows for people to not have slip ups, which is kind of nice, right? So, we'll see.
Mechanic, that's the part of the block that you guys want to focus on, or is there more to it?
Yeah, so I mean, in my opinion, I can tell you what's wrong with that block, I think. So one of the issues that we have in PoE is that you're only going to actually bother using a mechanic like that if you can then follow up with something that's reasonable to do. And like there was a theory before we tried parry.
Anyone that I can like brainlessly walk around in and do anything in. So like, like the same, what is it, eternal whatever, the zone where the warp key is, like I could like right now at the same time like just kind of like
that you're just never going to use a mechanic like that except in a boss fight because you've got a bunch of monsters hitting you. If you're going to follow up to one of them, well, like you might.
I found a lot of shit last night.
Sure, you block an incoming hit, but then there's another one coming like another 500 milliseconds right behind it from a different monster. So effectively, what that would mean is that you need something to be able to do that actually allows you to respond in a way that isn't going to get you killed, right? So in a boss fight context, you can use block effectively, but the problem there is just that changing your build just for a boss fight is kind of not something most players are really willing to do in that regard. So it kind of ends up just being not used in both cases, because block can actually be quite useful in a boss fight if you know to use it and if you're actually used to using it. But as I said, most people don't bother because they could just be doing something else and they've been doing something else during clearing.
What?
So we need to make block good enough to use in clearing to be able to make it something that people will use in boss fights.
I'm not raising my shield inside of a boss
in order to
fight.
do that, it needs something extra, as I was saying. So you need some way to deal with the fact that you've got other monsters hitting you. So there just needs to be more mechanics around that. So as I said, we're in the middle of testing something. It'll have there'll be something there that'll sort of ideally make it so that you can follow up more easily to attacks and that kind of stuff. So that's kind of the goal with that mechanic.
So in one of the previous interviews, you said a very interesting line that kind of with you a follow-up question. I believe it was the Destin interview that you did. And you were talking about how you were balancing around, or you have multiple axes of randomness is how you're sort of getting your difficulty layers effectively. And so my question for you is, how do you manage to balance around having multiple interacting levels of randomness while also putting a limit on player power at the same time?
Right. Well, I guess what I would say with that is that usually the axes of randomness get boosted.
Is there an echo? Or is it just me? There was an echo there, right? Not crazy? I feel like there was an echo. Okay. So there's not an echo right now. It's on their end, right? Like I'm not echoing, right? Oh, they okay.
By your Atlas tree and like how many mods you're putting on maps and all these other things. So effectively, and that the player will tend to adapt based on their ability to be able to do things. So while the overlapping axes of randoms can result in obviously much harder fights that can be very difficult, generally speaking, the degree to which that will occur is sort of controlled by the economic element of setting up your mods correctly on your maps and your atlas, and other stuff like that. So effectively, we are a game that allows you to set your own difficulty using these mechanics, and I would expect that you won't get too many outliers with regard to difficulty, even when you're getting these overlapping mechanics like that, because obviously the less they're overlapping, the less chances there are for the really crazy ramps. Now we do still have to be careful about life pools of monsters getting out of control and stuff. Like there was the issue in PoE 1 a long time for completely unkillable rares and that kind of stuff. Like we still have to be careful about that. And so we're a little bit more strategic these days with how we kind of approach adding life to monsters and stuff like that. Like we're doing that in a better way than we previously were doing.
Oh Jesus!
Which isn't to say it doesn't still happen occasionally. Like I ran into a rare myself, even just in a playthrough, even just in Act 3, which had life regen, and I was just having a real tough time with it. So it does happen sometimes. But I mean, like on some level, you want there to be challenges like that.
No,
you just don't want them to be so unkillable, and you don't want to run into them so frequently that you get issues. So
we have learned a few lessons from PoE 1 actually in that regard, which is because we ended up having all of the bosses and stuff have effectively life overflows to the point where they couldn't go anywhere. We've swapped to using this in PoE 1 as well, where we use, instead of scaling the life of the monsters, we now give them this toughness stat, which effectively has diminishing returns. So when you get too many sources, they don't get multiplicatively more difficult.
Flashbang from the vault.
And that also, we do that with the same thing with the rarity and the rewards as well. It has a thing where it's not. There was a point where, yes, everything would just multiply, and then literally the entire drop pool of a monster would be saturated to entirely unique items, which still can happen in PoE 1. In PoE 2, and in a lot of cases in PoE 1, we're using buckets of rarity that are additive with each other, and there's this kind of league rarity we use, and then that's got diminishing returns as well, in the sense that it will never get so high that it will just multiply endlessly into some, ridiculousness going on. So we are approaching the difficulty from many sources better, and we are certainly approaching the rewards from many sources better to not turn once again into this thing that we have to end up all of a sudden re-engineering a bunch of stuff to solve. So
that kind of rolls into one of our next questions here, which is you did an interview with, I believe it was GameSpark, a Japanese website, where they were talking about Magic Find and the state of Magic Find, and you mentioned there could potentially be some Magic Find changes coming to the game. Did you want to elaborate?
I'm trying to remember exactly where we landed on it, but Magic Find, it is nerfed. But the details of that are kind of arcane and internal in a way that's kind of hard to even describe. I don't know how much we should even go into the specific details around that.
I reckon we can talk about where we were going. So we are nerfing it in 020, firstly. It is worse. When looking at it, the impact it was having on the shared number and quality of items you're getting is just too high.
I just want to bring up one thing as a starting point though with this, which is that one of the things with any mod on an item is that you have to be able to feel the mod. And so the concern that I had going in was that you should still be able to feel Magic Find when you get that as a mod for the first time at early levels, which is why it's kind of balanced the way it is right now. And clearly that balance is bad at endgame with the way that it is. So there has to be on some level a thing where as you go through the game, the effect of that mod goes down. Because right now, the increase that you get at endgame is I can't remember what you were saying that it was that you worked out. It was the increase for having a Magic Find versus not was something kind of crazy, right?
I mean, it's hard to. I mean, you were pretty easily getting 40-50% more rare currency, the currency you care about, just by running not even that many Magic Find pieces, to be honest. I would say an actual inconsequential loss in character power to gain effectively what would be 40% more quantity of the currency you care about. And this is bad. This is just too much for the amount of power you're losing to the amount of gain it's an obvious trade. Now there were obviously on live there are some issues with the however you pronounce it, Val Shield that has the effect of Soul Cores. And then the Soul Cores, and it's oh sweet, well there's 240 rarity for just everyone running that one item, and There are issues like that 100% that we're mitigating, like getting rid of those extreme cases. But ultimately, it's just like, I think it was, as you guys pointed out last time, rarity is effectively now acting as what quantity did in PoE 1 for the sake of currency and thus waste, don't sustain, etc. So we've had like a ridiculous number of conversations about this.
Well, the first thing we even discussed that we wanted to do was just to remove currency from from being given by rarity, but it turned out that that was actually like a complete and utter disaster as far as complexity goes, just for various reasons, to do with the way the drop system works. Like, it wasn't as easy as that sounded. And then we also then came to a realization that we weren't even happy with that anyway for various reasons, and so then I think we just came down to, okay, we just have to nerf it some other way.
Well, yeah, I mean, we had so many conversations, and yeah, engineering issues were coming up and complexity ones with the drop system, and then it was like, okay, well, we can't just leave it because we're unable to solve that. So we decided, at least for now, we're going to nerf it, especially on the diminishing returns axis, and then remove a lot of the outlier items that are just giving an insane amount of it for effectively, yeah, I don't want to say free, but not a huge trade. So yeah, I would expect, you should be expecting a lot less power, certainly by at least the influence, and thus less necessity to use it, like in 020 100%. That being said, I would say we have not come to our resolution on this one, honestly. Right. We need to find out, we need to either figure out how we're going to implement it the way we want, like it affecting, I guess, the last thing was not just not affecting currency, we were talking about it only affecting things that can be either normal, magic, rare, and unique was another option, so things that have a rarity. But yeah, I don't know, even then there
I wouldn't say they messed up with rarity. I was just saying it was overperforming. And it was just like, people were just trying to take it to extremes that they didn't have to because, it was overperforming.
was some back and forth, and then, it came again in the last conversation, it came up, what if we remove it again? And, like, everything's on the table at this point, and we just need to keep discussing it, and hopefully by the end of early access, we actually have an answer that we're all happy with. So
I'm trying to remember, did we agree to do the escalating diminishing thing with level, or was that not in?
No, that was another thing.
I can't remember. For some reason I thought we landed on that one, but
no,
maybe
we didn't. No.
Okay, it was a different one. Okay, sure. Well, anyway, yeah, it's getting nerfed basically, and so hopefully the problem is not a big problem in 020. But yeah, as Mark just said, potentially more changes need to come. It's honestly surprisingly hard now, with the way the drop system fundamentally works, to be able to make it so that a single drop pool, as they're known internally, is affected by certain by the stat like that. Yeah, and like
we knew
the
it was tied to
solutions
currency,
that we were
though.
trying to get around that were
known.
becoming increasingly more hacky and horrible. In order to be able to do that, like there started to be discussions of like, oh, do we generate the currency anyway and then delete some of it, and like random shit like that. And it was just kind of like, you know what? There's a dark path down here. We just don't want to, like, let's not do it. Let's not do all of that. Yeah.
I got a little follow-up question to more specific on the whole diminishing return part. Like the shield specifically, you talk about the Vol shield could apply such ridiculous amounts of magic fine. Would it be safe to assume, or if you could share the details on this diminishing return implication, does that go in a ramping scaling? Like the more you have, the higher the diminishing return? Or is it just a certain amount of diminishing return that kicks in after certain thresholds?
It's not thresholds.
There's no threshold in the equation.
It just narrows to a certain value,
The
right?
equation is effectively has an asymptote at a certain number, and then the more you add, the closer you get to the asymptote. It's a curve like that.
They never cleared up how that affects currency drops going forward. They can't tell you the drop equation and how things are going to work. They're never going to tell you like the numbers and what's going to happen. No matter what happens, and no matter if they nerf this or not, like currency is just by like killing mobs, right?
There is a point at which adding more is not doing much for you, but everything you add always adds a bit more. It's just that, but you never actually reach a certain value. So that's it's always been that way, by the way. Magic Fine.
There are not. I don't actually know if these are the right numbers, but like the difference between like 400 and 800 rarity is probably a difference of like 3% or something. Yeah. Like it's actually. There's a point in where it is ultra inconsequential, getting even more of it. So you have these guys who are even in PoE 1 where they're running like 1,000 rarity. It's like there's probably 60% of that is absolutely just a waste.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's fair.
So wait a minute, hold on. He said 1000% rarity and 60% of that's currently a waste. So that means that the high end of high ends was 400. If they nerfed rarity by like 70%, chat, who's got a calculator? Who's a math wizard? Do I have a calculator available? I have a computer. Definitely have a calculator. If they had 400 rarity and then they nerfed it by 70%, so 280 would still be the old 400. That was 1100. So it was 660. Right? So 660. And then if they nerfed the 660 by even 80%. So wait, math. 1100 minus 660 is 440, and then you nerf the new value by 80%. So 440 minus 352, right? So 88 rare. So it literally comes down to 100 rarity.
I want to move
Right?
on to
Math?
another question that we had, which is a follow-up to our previous Tavern Talk, and that is a question that's been spammed. And it's about tier of modifiers. In PoE1, tier 1, or actually tier 0 is the highest. It's flipped in PoE2. We discussed some venues in our last Tavern Talk, whether or not you're going to flip it back and or maybe make it show like it's a tier 6 out of 12 tiers, so people could determine which one, if they have the highest tier or not. Where have you guys landed for point 2 for this one?
we haven't had.
Why not just take it completely out of the game? What is like what good comes out of removing it? Like, there's no like, what comes out of just removing it? Magic Find is like one of like, and I hate, as somebody who doesn't do a lot of magic finding, like, magic finding is like one of the coolest parts of games like this. There's no downside to having it in the game. What class in the sense you're going to lease there? Probably Amazon. Jonathan, I roll some of these questions because they calculate drops differently then, but who cares? Let people get loot. Like, this is the thing, right? Like, this is the biggest thing that people forget. The reason, do you know why Hero Siege is so good? Right? Do you know why Hero Siege is so good? Because drops are good, right? Hero Siege as a game with its little dorky ass 2D graphics and its shitter mechanics, right? And its janky ability to jump isn't what makes it good. What makes games like Hero Siege really, really, really good is loot drops. People get loot and they make it abundant. Every zone you go to, everything you do is just loot into loot, into loot, into loot, into loot, into like, every mob is a fucking fiesta of craziness that just drops so much shit. And that dopamine, that addiction to loot is what keeps people playing, right? But this whole argument of like, remove Magic Find, it's bad, is literally because players who want Magic Find removed either A, suck at the game, B, have FOMO, or C, can't find a good reason why they can't find anything. Kind of point in the end game? Yeah, but if you remove Magic Find, are you going to be happy finding one piece of loot that's valuable every hour? Every 2 hours, every 3 hours? Like, you think you don't want Magic Find in the game, you think you don't want shit dropping or loot or rarity or all this shit, but when they take it away, you're gonna be like, oh my God, I have no loot, I have no this, I have no that. Well, games like, and to go back to Hero Siege, to this gentleman's point is, there's so many more tiers of things that like you're constantly chasing the high, and Hero Siege does it really well. And I think like other games can take this part of it, right? Like the tier of gear that's so high is so readily available all of the time ever. And not so much of it is gated behind like craziness. Granted, there's like obviously like chase uniques, which there should be, and stuff gated behind bosses, which there should be, but there's just so much more level of like excitement in loot that I think like if GGG took a page out of just like, fuck it, give everybody loot, the game would just like explode with greatness. The problem then comes down to all the people that like just are terrible. Right? Removing Magic Find won't make you drop more. What's the build? The build for what? That's why I have a little rare on my shit. Dude, Magic, like, I don't know, man. I feel like if you just took away the Magic Find stat in all aspects of it, or the ability to give yourself the opportunity to, so like, I don't know how it is for other players, but like for me, when I played Black Desert Online, one of the biggest reasons why I played Black Desert Online was because you always had the opportunity when killing certain enemies in a certain area to give yourself the maximum amount of chance for even a 0.00000000001%, right? Like that is just like the high of the game. But if you take a game like Path of Exile and you just remove all aspects of it outside of bossing, then you're just gonna kill the game. The build for getting all the orbs. I don't know what you're talking about. Explain it to me like I'm 5. Loot is pointless. You're crafting your own gear. The loot that drops is 90. That's every game, though. If you think that's exclusive to Path of Exile, that is every game. Every single game has that problem. Every game. Every game after the first week. Every game. Every game has that problem. You will never solve that. You will never solve that problem, and removing Magic Find will not solve that problem. Like, it just won't. Right? Like, even if, okay, let's play devil's advocate here for a minute. Even if you're take 1C item now in the current state of the game, right? You take a 1C item and you remove Magic Find, and that item becomes just, say, 50 for argument's sake, right? The player who finds it will be grateful. The player that can't afford it will bitch. And listen to John's point, enjoying the game instead of min-maxing the efficiency. That's what I've been doing lately, just enjoying the game. They've seen a problem with it, which is getting nerfed. Do you know why it's probably getting nerfed? Do you know why there's a problem with it? Because people complain. And to like, I'm just going to use you here. People like you exist to the extreme where it's bad, remove it. The problem is that it's not bad. The problem is people go to way more extremes than what you just did. You were like, hey, it's bad. Let's have a conversation. You had a good conversation. We can go back and forth like adults. It works out great. But the problem is the community's full of people who would rather bitch and moan, right? Like, is it a problem because it's a problem, or is it like, you know, a problem because you're making it a problem? And when I say you, I don't mean like you as in you. I mean like the overall you, right? They pretend not change it at all, and they tell us the crybabies they make the change. Bro, that's, how many times do you think they've done that? You know? How many times do you think they've done that? Where they're like, it's fixed, and everybody's like, oh my God, it's great, and then nothing's changed. There really isn't many alternatives for currency making. What? You just kill mobs. You'll actually be able to essence farm? You were able to essence farm in the current game. What do you mean? It's not measured in currency per hour. Yeah, it's a video game. You'll be able to recom? Yes, you'll be able to recom because the game is developing in early access. Correct. Kind of greater Essence Act 2 Dreadnought spam for Spirit Gems. Essences existed. A lot of things. Here's something that people forget. A lot of this shit existed in PoE 2. The problem is, and I'm going to use you, Ginger, you fucking quit a week in and didn't give it a shot. You're like, it's not for me. I'm not playing it, which is respectable, right? And just like in the video today that I did today about the Lich, so many of players like you played for a day, 2 days, 3 days, complained it sucked, did no time, no research, no anything, and just wrote it off. While there were players like me and the community who were playing and finding all this niche stuff, all these different things. Please tell me how many greater essence you saw. More than you, obviously. More than you. More than you. Every Greater Essence I sold. I made multiple mirrors worth of gear in PoE 2 because I sold everything. Compared to what we'll get now. You don't know what we're going to get now. You have no idea if they're just fluffing you or not. You have no idea what it's going to be like. I had one Greater Essence in about 350 hours. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Here's something that you guys aren't remembering. Here's something very cool about Path of Exile that you guys aren't remembering. The game is built around trade. You are not designed to find everything. You are designed to find what your loot seed gives you. You are supposed to take what is available to you and make the most of it. Because it is a trade environment, you need to learn to take advantage of trade. You need to learn to take advantage of what's available out there, and you need to trade for what you get. If it was a game designed around solo self-found and you finding the loot and you getting what's supposed to be out there, there would be buffs to solo self-found and loot would be more accessible. I'm not saying you're supposed to find anything, but you're saying how many did you get? It doesn't matter how many I got. I had more than you because I used trade. I had more than you because I played the game. I had more than you because I stuck around. I had more than you because I used the resources that I had, you know? But the currency drops were rough, which brings back them. If they weren't, you just didn't kill mobs. I'm literally agreeing with you. Nah, sure. But like, currency was never the problem. Currency was like, I never played with Magic Find until the tail end of it, right? I didn't play at all. We play MS for the loot. Give me, I hate Magic Find in Path of Exile 2 because I think rarity's stupid. You know what I want? Bring back Quant. Or you know what? Delete rarity and give me a stat called Magic Find that's Quant and rarity together. I want loot. I want an overabundance of loot. I want Arch Nemesis loot explosions again. I want loot goblins. I want to kill a mob and drop 400 divines. I don't care divines are worthless. I want the dopamine of killing one mob and 400 divines are falling. I don't care about your economy. I don't care about your need to make mirrors. I want dopamine hits. I want to kill mobs. I want to chase currency, and I want it to explode all over my screen like Stan's dad in South Park when he saw a ghost. That's what I want. I don't want this fucking, penis measuring contest of who's got more mirrors or who's got more this or who's got more that. No, that's not a game I want to play. I killed a mob and dropped 23 dimensional shards. Yeah, that's my point. And I hate to use Hero Siege because it's like the new fan favorite, right? But like, there's a reason everybody got so addicted to it that started playing it like in this community. You literally started playing it, killed a mob, it exploded for 5 uniques that did something, and you're like, my God, I'm level 6 and I have gear. I remember killing my first mob in Hero Siege and I got a drop for level 10, 20, 30, 40. And I just like, oh my God, I need to level. Oh my God, I can't wait to put this on. Oh my God, did you see this? Oh my God, did you see that? You know, I want old school D2 MF friends to literally turn on Hero Siege. Dead ass, turn on Hero Siege. Dead ass, just turn on Hero Siege. POT is a slot machine to be fair, but it's not a good slot machine, right? There should be, you know why casinos are successful? Because they constantly give you dripping hits, right? People don't sit at a slot machine hoping they'll make it big because 9,000 hits are bad. They sit at slot machines because like 700 hits are good. Doesn't mean everybody does. I am understanding that. Yes, I get it. But like the people that don't want it are just so like crazy.
Honestly, this has not been a thing that we've been thinking about and for probably since the last time we talked about it. Like, it's one of those things that we should look into. I just honestly have not had time. So yeah, no changes there. The state is exactly the same as it was previously.
Yep. We're gonna move over to another generic question we have, and that is whether or not you guys are happy with the current state of the trials, or if there's any changes you'd like to see coming.
Well, one change that happened, which
You have Goblin Codex in Path of Exile. It's called Rogue Exiles.
I think we mentioned somewhere else, was that we found that accidentally the end bosses had double the amount of life they were supposed to have, which
What are
was a
the
bit of an
orange
issue.
items? Uniques.
So that wasn't great. What actually caused that bug? Because you told me that it happened, but I wasn't actually sure.
No. I would not use the word bug.
Okay, that's kind of the way you phrased it to me.
I would use the term human error.
Okay, sure. Okay.
A mistake. Yeah, there was a point in where towards the end, a lot of the pinnacle bosses got their life changed, like just before release, and those two got missed somehow, and their life was way too high.
Right.
That being said, changes to the trials. I do want to change. I don't have anything fundamental in terms of the actual full structure of them personally. I more so have a change in the content itself. Like it is worth, like, okay, for example, in Ultimatum, you have the 3 random bosses, not excluding the Trial Master, the 3 random bosses. One of those is actually a placeholder, like it's not actually meant to be used there. You wouldn't know because, well, maybe you would know. But for those who went to, like, XLCon and played in a certain act, you might have recognized that boss from one of those acts. And it's just that we reused that temporarily since we didn't get the other one finished in time.
That's cool.
And then a lot of the monsters in Sanctum and like encounters and the different, I guess the amount of randomness I would say is not high enough. Like it gets a little bit repetitive after a while, and we need to extrapolate on all that. And honestly, I would say that we didn't get the monsters to the quality I wanted.
So what I mean,
especially probably just a number of the skills and the balance and a lot of what they're doing. I would say personally, structurally, overarching, I don't have a fundamental issue with them. I definitely have problems with the boss of Sanctum. Like that whole hourglass mechanic is just absolute garbage and just needs to be redesigned. Like there's nothing. Honestly, having had a bit more time beforehand would have changed that already, and I have every intention of fully just changing that whole mechanic because like it is just like, oh, now there's these things on the ground that if you don't pick up, you're gonna die. And how do you know that? And it's just obviously bad, right? So they're changing that 100%. And then the way people got around that in 010 is effectively kill the boss before it can do anything, and then you're good. So yeah, there's certainly changes to the actual monsters and individual bosses that I have in mind, but I haven't really thought too much about changing everything across actually how the mechanics work necessarily.
Funny enough, you guys might not realize this, but like you can have you can agree to disagree with a homie and go back and forth and like argue your points, and then when the conversation is over, just still be friends and not want to like murder each other because one person thought Magic Find was good and one person thought Magic Find was bad, which is like really interesting because like it doesn't seem to apply to everyday people in a lot of things, which is like really scary, but whatever. You should see our DMs. Yeah, you literally told me you wanted to find the most optimal way to play Warrior, and I told you you were an idiot. And you were like, why? And I was like, well, Warrior's insane right now. And you said Warrior was bad, and then I told you Warrior was good, and then you wanted to play Warrior, and I told you you were an idiot to wait till Friday. Yeah. Yep. Means civil discourse. Shocking. I should have worn my fucking undershirt, my little, I should have just like came to the stream wearing like one of these with my chest out, fucking a glass of beer in my hand at 9 o'clock in the morning and just like XDD'd ready to fight. It's your birthday on Friday? My birthday's next week. Oh, happy birthday. Garrus, what do you have for me, buddy?
Fair enough. I remember me dying first time on that fight, going in blind. It was because of that mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
And the speed of it scales with players as well. Like if you have a party,
it's just actually bad. Like there's no excuse there or anything. It's just bad.
Bring on Friday so we know how shit works. No more hypotheticals. Yeah, exactly.
So I have a little bit of a follow-up on something you said, which is the way that you get around that.
Speaking on like the hypotheticals, this is why I like and hate watching things like this, right? I don't know if it's in my older age nowadays, but like the hype is like I'm excited for Friday. Like I'm really excited for Friday. Don't get me wrong, right? I think Friday can't come soon enough. But like, I don't know, man, without so much information and like everything's secretive till Friday and you don't know support gems, you don't know skills, you don't know this. You know what I mean? Like I don't know, like the hype for me is gonna be like Friday morning, right? All this build up in anticipation until Friday is just like, bleh, you know? After being more used to patch notes, after leaks, yeah. That's why I'm like kind of like not getting into it, like not getting into like my head about it, right? Well, it used to be like that way back in the day, dude. Like way back at the day. Like it used to, yeah. I remember that's exactly the point I was getting to. It used to be I remember it'd be like Thursday night. I'd be in a call with my friends, and we'd be like, "Oh my god, patch notes dropped," and we didn't know back then about POB, right? Like we weren't like POB players, and we weren't like crazy people, right? Like we didn't know all this stuff, right? And I remember being in a call with my buddy Scott and my buddy Kobe. And we'd be like, oh my God, this happened and this changes and this changes. And like, what are we gonna do? Yeah, it was before I started streaming. It was before I started streaming Path of Exile. It was years ago. And like, you would just, the excitement that brought was insane. The other ahead of time setting all his stall with manifestos and then never changing his mind on anything. We liked that, but it meant we didn't like budge. Settlers has been a year. It was a long time ago. That I don't know. I was always a huge fan of like, and I know people don't like it, but like I like the day before patch notes as a player. As a content creator, I don't like the day before patch notes because it's too much rushing. But as a player, like Thursday night, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm saying, Simon. It's like as a player, like Thursday night, knowing it's out Friday afternoon, patch notes come out Thursday night, you're excited, you get with your friends, you start reading the patch notes, you look at the clock, you're 12 hours to go time, you're like, do I sleep? Do I get snacks? What do we do? Like that, like what happened? Like we all know the answer to what happened to that, but like where is that again? You know, I was talking to Simex this morning and he was like, you're an idiot, make a video. And I was like, you know, it sucks. We don't have patch notes till Friday or Thursday, whatever it is. Like, how am I going to make content? And he's like, you're a moron. What are you excited about? And then he was just like, are you excited about this? Are you excited about that? And I just started to think about it. And I was like, I'm just excited. Like, I'm just excited, right? Like, and I was thinking about it. I was like, do I really need patch notes today? Like, granted, yeah, for a content creator standpoint, it'd be like a lot better, like financially to have like patch notes today. But like, I don't know. There's so much excitement in the day before, right? Midnight releases at GameStop. I remember sitting outside of GameStop for the midnight release of StarCraft 2. I definitely remember long time ago. Yeah, man. It's been a while. It's been a while. And I think a lot of players forget that. You know, I think a lot of players have lost that excitement, and it's rough, it's hard, you know? So, waited outside. I remember a Nintendo Wii. I want to say it was a Nintendo Wii, and it was released on Black Friday. I was in Paramus, New Jersey at a Best Buy on Route 17. And I remember having Thanksgiving dinner with my family. And I remember leaving Thanksgiving dinner to go camp outside of a Best Buy. And I was in college, and I remember there was this girl who I liked, and she was really cute, and she was in like my speech communication class. And I remember sitting outside this Best Buy, and she's texting me, you know, happy Thanksgiving. What are you doing with your family? And I remember like telling her I was all excited about a video game and she thought I was a nerd, and I was like sitting outside the Best Buy and she's like, do you want like a cup of coffee? It's freezing outside. My boy was the manager of your Best Buy. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, and I remember sitting outside the Best Buy on Black Friday or the night before waiting for like a Nintendo Wii or something. And this girl brought me a cup of coffee and she hung out with me on the line for a little bit. And I remember like people were like freaking out. They were all screaming and yelling for this gaming system coming out, and they were racing the shopping cars, and we were all freezing together, and there was no arguing, there was no bitching, right? Like, granted, yeah, like everybody like argued with the guy who tried to like cut the line or like buy his way into the line, right? But like, I don't know, man. Now my wife sat outside GameStop with me for a minute, or at least a while, Burning Crusade. That's when I knew she was the one. Yeah, I don't know. I think that excitement's just gone, right? Like the things that like made us a kid and made us excited. How many live searches do you have ready? I have no idea. You have to figure out this live search thing? What do you mean? You literally search for a mod and hit live search and press search, and then it pings, and you set this up like 12 hours before it releases. Yo, what up, Kay? You just click live search. He's literally means he has them ready. Like, I have a list of shit that I have ready to buy on day one. I hate this. I hate admitting this, but I have a list of shit too that like they're 100 uniques. Who cares about 100 uniques? It's did you not read what he said? Recombinators. Do you know how important it's going to be to buy like tier 1 fizz to slam onto a spear? Like hour 10? Like if you're playing Amazon? Like tier 1 fizz, tier 1 attack speed, slamming onto a spear with tier 1 hybrid? Or like accuracy? Like, yeah. Look at the PoE2 Discord. But you can get 4 modded gear, right? You don't need 18 modded gear or 6 modded gear. You need 4 modded gear. You know what I mean? Yeah, see, look. Finished prefixes, very good base, Megalomaniac, Demon Flame set, gear for the Queen, Adorn Jewels, 4th slot jewels for PoE2, PoE2 corrupted. Yeah, see? This is everybody. You don't need absolute tier 1 gear. You don't. No, you don't. You need to get to maps, get to recombinators, figure out what you need to make the recombinators work, and then slam the highest tier fizz with the highest tier attack speed, and the highest tier fizz and attack speed with the highest tier accuracy to get crit capped. Boom, you're done. Clear the whole game. Game's beat in a day. What is drop? What is drop? What is drop? Drop. Everybody. What up? Where's Garrus? How you doing, Theo? Drops in the PoE stream? It's not Friday yet, bro. Game's clear, back to Hero Siege, but we never left. Recombinators being in the game's a huge game changer. I mean, everything they add to the game is going to be a huge game changer, right? The reason why we're not getting any of the information until Friday is because it's going to be a whole new game. I guarantee you we play this game on Friday and it feels like a whole new game. Chat, don't forget too that you can like Recombinator and Fracture and Chaos spam. Also, we don't even know if recombinators are going to work. Like, can you imagine if you could just recombinate, like, I don't know, fractured gear? Spear's going to be max damage in PoE2. I wouldn't put it past them to make Huntress so completely busted that people want to play and give it the Diablo 4 experience where the new stuff's so completely cracked out of its mind that everybody comes back to it and everybody's playing Huntress just to, like, suck them in. Act 1 Cruel? Good! Fuck it. I'll run past the motherfucker. Yeah, combining 2 mods is going to be free, right? So you always have like tier 1 damage, tier 1 speed, or tier 1 damage, tier 1 crit. So I never played PoE once. I'm not even sure what a recombinator is. A recombinator is an item that lets you take, it's a crafting bench that lets you take an item and slam it into another item and make perfect gear. So if you have an item with a mod that you want and another item with a mod that you want, you use a recombinator and it has a chance to put both mods onto the same item. Then you take your new 2-statted modded item and then you slam it into another 2-statted modded item to make a 4-mod or up to 4 modded item. Then you have a 4 modded item that you take another modded item that you make and you take the recombinator and you slam them into each other. So recombinators was just a way to deterministically move shit over. You can trade expedition artifacts. Yes. To my knowledge, unless they change something come Friday, you can trade expedition artifacts. Is it still, you cannot, wait, recombinators in PoE 2 let you pick what you want and then it has a chance, right? That's what they said. PoE 2 is pick what you want and it has a chance to move over, right? In PoE 1, it's random, but in PoE 2, you'll be able to pick. Any help? Tomorrow's my anniversary and I'm sending her flowers at work. For the life of me, I can't think of what to say on the card. Happy anniversary. Love you a lot. Can't wait to see you tonight. Simple, easy, to the point. So generic. Unless you call her Honey Boo Boo Cutie Fuck or some shit. Do you have like a nickname? Like, unless you call her like Bunny Boo Boo. Yeah, like unless you have like, you know, fun humor like Theo just said, if you don't do fun shit like that, keep it generic. Or use AI. It's so quiet without no background music. Inside jokes are the best. Roses are red, violets can be pink. Her anniversary, can I put, oh, Jesus.
Mechanic is effectively kill him, you know, before he can actually do anything. And so my question is more about the state of bosses going into 0.2, because I know you guys are worried, and you've said multiple times one of the things that you were bummed to see was like people killing pinnacle bosses in like 14 seconds. So it's going into 0.2. Do you believe this is going to be, you know, different with the rebalancing that you currently have? What's your expectations? Because I know you also said you lowered the tier 0 of these bosses by, did I hear it correctly, half HP?
Correct. So my hope is that it will be fixed because we fixed all the things we knew to fix. My worry is that more things will be discovered that mean that it is not fixed. But it's honestly incredibly difficult to actually like find every single thing like that. Yeah, what I would hope that happens is that people don't find anything too outrageous before the point when people get into the pinnacle bosses, so that there can actually be a reasonable challenge for the first people who get there. But yeah, I mean, look, people do tend to find stuff. Obviously, there's a new class as well, and so a bunch of new support gems and interactions and things that have been added. So, you know, there'll be things probably there that will just happen. You know, so yeah, like I don't know that I can expect that. Like, I'm certainly not going to sit here and say, oh yeah, like everything like that's not going to happen again, because it probably will happen again. So we're just making every attempt to make sure that it doesn't. And yes, this was an exact thing that Mark said when he said, okay, we're lowering the life of these bosses. This might make this problem even worse. Because yeah, if people do find anything.
I wanted to lower all difficulties, right? Because it's effectively the situation we have right now is that by not lowering it, we're effectively saying that if you're playing a more average build, then you are not capable of doing that content. Right. And by not changing it because there are a bunch of broken builds is just unnecessarily punishing average users, or, you know, more, I don't want to say necessarily casuals because we're still at the end of endgame here, but, you know, like within that spectrum of players, casuals are not even able to do the difficulty 0 pinnacles because, you know, it's balanced around an extreme that is just way too high.
Wait, tier 0, like before you have points. Is that what he's saying? Right? That's what he's saying. Were there really players? Okay, so like, forgive my ignorance here. Were there really players who couldn't kill like base? I guess that's kind of like ignorant, like I said, but like, it's shocking to hear that the tier 0 bosses, there's a lot they couldn't. They paid. I mean, of course, but for tier 0s, I couldn't. You had a random mashup build? That's crazy. People couldn't get past tier 1 waystones. Died to tier 0 was the first time. I mean, I also died the first time I did them because I didn't know what they were going to do. They were hard if you didn't have mad DPS. That's why they have 6 portals now? That's crazy. A lot of players that couldn't get into white maps. Which is why you swapped to meta. You know, it's funny because like I didn't know going into PoE 2 what to expect or what to do. I just like clicked monk because it was cool. Like who would have known, right? Who'd have known it was just giga busted. People not playing Archmage, Spark, Lightning Fury, Arsonist Minions, some other build didn't get. Oh wow, interesting. So what's really cool is like, I think I also, that's why I'm clicking Huntress. I'm literally clicking Huntress because it's new, right? Yeah, I right, yeah. That's why I'm clicking Huntress. So what's really interesting is like, does this prove the point more and more that PoE 2 is not designed for PoE 1 players? And I don't want this to turn into like a crazy argument between PoE 1 and PoE 2, but doesn't this just like prove the point more and more that like this game is like not designed for PoE 1 play and is literally designed for like he said, the new average player, right? And I wonder if that realization is what's making people so hostile. They say it now, they'd rather have everybody with the entry bosses and builds and be able to. Yeah, it's I wonder if that's what's like, is it the weird like gatekeepiness of the community that's like what's ruining the game versus everything else? They stated it's not the speed they care about, but they just want to combat the feel good. The loss of future issues. They definitely want to streamline it. I think that's like listening to this and having the realization. I know what you're talking about, Guitar Holic. Like, having the realization that like, because I tailor a lot of my content here to like the average everyday player, and knowing that players were struggling more than I realized is really kind of interesting. And that's weird. It's wild. Yeah, I don't think appeasing the mirror guys is the play either.
And so I'd rather just have it be easier for broken builds and at least accessible to people who are playing more like average or our ideal DPS kind of builds. And you know, yeah, sure. And then the broken builds can go up to difficulty 4. And again, now with at least all the uniques dropping from the pinnacles, you got more stuff to at least look forward to if you're killing difficulty 0. Sure, the chance to get it on difficulty 4 much higher, by the way, but you know, it's still at least not just the good uniques are restricted from those players. And
I like this change.
I mean, another thing as well, I know this is like technically unrelated, but talking about more about that accessibility for players to that content, we have made all the pinnacles are now not only half the life, they're also twice as easy to access. So we had this whole like, you should have to do 60 maps of Breach or Delirium or whatever to access the pinnacles. That's just too much. It's way too high.
Don't do it. There's Path of Exile Friday.
It was a kind of conservative number, and we've changed that. We've now made that 1 in 30. I know that's not actually how it plays because with juicing and all the mechanics and how well characters do. So it's just a rough number. But effectively, yeah, we've doubled the frequency in which you can access that content as well.
I'm gonna do
and
it.
again,
Buy
that's
me
the same
some
thing
too.
where it's like, we're unnecessarily restricting that content, even trying that content, behind a bunch of not only lots and lots of hours of gameplay, but also character build requirements that are honestly too high. And really,
Leveling
it should just be
practice
you get more
stream?
tickets at doing it.
Probably.
And if you can't do it, well, that's on you. That's your skill and that's your gear. But that should be the limiting factor more so than just like, holy shit, I have to play for 100 hours in order to even do this thing once, and then I just die and because I can't do it. Yeah.
A couple of other points to just make about this is that when the hardest content is too hard, it actually restricts build diversity because people don't see a build as viable if it can't defeat the hardest content, and therefore like.
I still can't believe, by the way, reality, that the guy that I copied for Vigilant Strike was one of 100 players that hit 100 in Path of Exile 2. That was the craziest shit when you told me that. Also, I really like what they're stating here, that like they're giving you the chance to be good. If you suck going forward, it's on you. I like this approach. Like, we caved, we'll make it easier. But now if you suck, get good. He's a gamer? Yeah, that's really cool. So I like this approach of what they're doing. I think it's really interesting. I'm very curious to see what happens over the next like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. But it's also kind of cool because like, does this mean that like just copy his build? If it's public, yeah. If it's public, of course. But Ninja is up now? Oh, okay, yeah, then we definitely just like keep an eye on what this guy's fucking doing for sure. PoE 2 Import will be done before 0.2. I haven't faced any endgame bosses, but I'm excited to try. It's really cool too because like I wonder if it's only like 100 frags now, so to be a lot easier, I'm looking forward to like just having more opportunity to do the fights. So that's really cool.
Effectively reduces the set of builds that are even possible. So that's something that we have to be really careful of, and that's part of the reason you want to try and like not have the top end be too high. But then the other issue is that, and I was just thinking about this. What, it just slipped my mind now.
Oh wow!
No, it's fallen out of my mind. I'll have to just bring it up later.
And also, just note on the there will be more broken builds. Like it is inevitable. There's nothing you can really do about that, unfortunately. Like especially when we're talking about how we're still making changes and can't post the patch notes because we're still making changes. Like there is no guarantee that these changes we're making are entirely solving the problem or entirely not introducing new problems. Now, obviously, we're going to do better and better over time, but part of this is that we are just very aggressively making changes so that we can get it to the players to test ultimately. And I don't mean like functional testing. I mean balance testing on this level with this many mechanics and overlapping axes of randomness is impossible to test on an internal scale with the numbers we have. Like you need actual hundreds of thousands of eyes and hours to even be able to find everything. And this has been the case with Path of Exile 1 forever as well. It's not like it's anything new.
That actually reminds me of what I was going to say, which is that when we're going into 010, we didn't even really know what the right amount of DPS a player should even have was at endgame.
Sure.
Because that's impossible without getting more information about like, what players are realistically achieving, kind of where the average ends up being and that kind of stuff.
See, I said this, and I say we because like a lot of us came to this conclusion. They had no idea. They never, ever, PoE 2, they never expected us to get anywhere near, and he just said it, where we were able to get to as fast as we did, right? They never in a million years thought we'd be in maps clearing tier 4 pinnacle content in days. They didn't even remember they literally paid to be a game tester. Well, it's not even that. It's just like he said too, like it's people complain about like balance and stuff all the time, and he just makes the point it's impossible for them to do it. So interesting
stuff. Like it's actually very hard without that sort of data because as I think I've even said before, like we can't invest 100 hours into every test character we make. We have to kind of like either we do a playthrough, in which case we're not getting to the end of endgame on that one character because it just takes too long, or we're creating a character synthetically, which if you do that, you're not necessarily gonna end up in the same place as what you'd end up with if you if you didn't do that, right? So I mean, yeah, we can cheat every item into existence, but like, is it really how it plays out? It's actually very hard to say. So that kind of means that on some level, what the until you actually get it on production and you're actually putting in the kind of 100, 200 hours into a character and like, seeing what other people are doing and like being part of the
Yeah,
meta
if they
and like
remove
all
all
sort of
that, the
stuff,
game's not
you
going to
don't
be the
even
game.
really know what the life should be. So just even having this first round, has helped a huge amount now that we have an understanding of where should players actually be in order to balance life of bosses for them.
I'm curious.
I was like, almost have
I think that pretty much everything you guys just said feels really good to hear as well. And we talked about build diversity, more broken builds going to be there. There's an expectation from John and the community and you guys to see really broken builds. We're going to find them. There's 600 plus different minions. We're getting specters that we can use for that.
Sure,
I mean, that's
sure.
another road we can take, for that approach as well. At the same time, I want to circle back to the topic of actually temporalis not barely being touched, where the idea was it was too easily achieved because of broken builds. But now you're also at the same time saying, but what everyone else is expecting, that we're going to have even more broken builds. Wouldn't that kind of counteract the whole approach to that and make temporalis more accessible because of the availability that we're all expected to see with more broken builds available?
Well, okay, so when I say more, what I'm saying is, and I think Mark even might have used this example, is let's say there were 200 broken builds in the last version. Well, hopefully this version we have 100 broken builds, and then the next version we have 50, and then it'll halve each time, and then we'll sort of get somewhere okay, over time. So it's not to say that there'll be more in the sense that there'll be more than there were before. It's that there will be more in addition to all those ones got nerfed, and now people find some additional ones. But with regard to your thing about temporalis, so I mean, okay, what actually is the exact nerf to temporalis? I feel like we might as well just mention it.
The reduction to cooldown is lowered. So it's not giving as much of a reduction to cooldown. I can't remember the exact values, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't, for example, fully erase Blink's cooldown now, as an example.
Right.
Okay.
But it's still very good. It's still incredibly good. But the thing that really changed is that we lowered the amount of the relic that's going to drop, so there'll be less of them.
We also given that we had solved at least a good chunk of those problems for the early when temporalis was spilling out into the economy. We solved a lot of that, but also I think we have made it at least 10 times rarer, that unique specifically, in this patch. So yeah, it is nerfed and it is less accessible, and that's just okay.
What's crazy is it's if you think temporalis was busted because of Blink, you're high. That was a cool case scenario to use it. If you think temporalis was the most broken thing in the game because of Blink, you are high. You're missing the point of why that item was so good. That item was so good because it made infinite frost walls. That item was so good because it reduced the cooldown of everything. You don't care that, your blink was 0. Yeah, sure, it's cool to blink around the map. But you guys know Frostwall has a 3-second cooldown, right? Things like Frostwall, there was a 3-second cooldown. Most players didn't realize it until they took their temporalis off. What's interesting, though, is making the item 10 times rare when it wasn't that common to begin with. And the only reason that it was as common as it was because of people cheating the system. So now we get punished because of cheaters, right? Frostbomb, no cooldown build is OP. I'm glad temporalis is used for its purpose. But the base stats, how do I look up the item itself? I mean, nobody's going to be able to afford it. It's literally going to be the top 0.0001% of players, right? Does this show me what temporalis does? No. Is there a fucking image? That was the purpose? The purpose of what? Here's the problem with temporalis. This item, as an item, sucks. Right? It's not a very good item outside of what it does. So no, if this is say 0 to 2 seconds, No one's going to use it. So nerfing it, I think, is fine, right? Like, great. I do agree it was extremely powerful. 4 seconds was probably too much. What people mean by its purpose, it's not good. It has one line of text that made it good. Cooldown recovery, right? If you reduce the cooldown recovery to like 0 to 2, it's nowhere near as powerful as it was or as good as it was. Granted, the 1 second blink's still pretty strong, right? Like 1 second blink's still pretty strong and probably really usable. But like, I don't understand the need to also make it 10 times rarer because people were cheating. Because this item as an item is just not like, I'm never equipping this for 20 all res, and I'm never equipping this for like 211 energy shield, and I'm never equipping this because damage recoup, right? Like you're never using this item for any other reason. Like it's just not good. So I don't know. There won't be any builds this season that didn't exist. Yeah, well, no, because like people want MF kills so people could drop more, but they also want Temporalis nerf, so it's less desirable because of Blink. It's not because of the actual reasons. 100% jealousy, entitlement. They don't want others to have these toys. That's a huge part of it, right? And you know what's gonna happen? Somebody's gonna break Temporalis, right? Like I'm obviously like jumping the gun of like saying it's not good, right? Some Rue or Jung or some player we've never heard of is going to get a Temporalis. They're going to break the game. They're going to give it to like a Fub gun. Fub gun's going to play with it off stream, realize how busted it is, buy the item, or whatever streamer here, buy the item, log into stream with it, and then everybody's going to bitch they can't afford it because Temporalis is now a mirror item. It's probably going to be multi-mirror too if somebody breaks it. So, I don't know. Like, people just need to realize that it's okay for people. Like, this is a whole Headhunter Mageblood thing, right? Like, people need to realize it's okay to have this crazy gear to let people play with it.
Okay with that one. It shouldn't be doing what it was doing before, at least with Blink and the mobility side of things. That's for sure, though.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. Like that was one of my concerns here, and what you guys talk about. But that feels really good to get that clarified. I feel reassured with this. Speaking of clarity, one of the questions we had is regarding clarity in maps, because in the reveal footage, there was a little display that most people saw in the top right corner showing basically objectives that you could do in the maps. So the question with this is...
I'm sure he said the same thing that everybody else says. Amazon's the most busted thing in the world, log in. That's my guess. I didn't watch this video, but I'm assuming it's just log in Amazon. I think Rue said the same thing. Like, I'm pretty sure Rue also said that Amazon's like the most busted thing ever. So...
is this just an indicator of what's available in the map, or is this an indicator of an alternative way of completing maps instead of just getting all rares?
It is just an indicator of what's in the maps, and we still have the kill rare objectives. And so a lot of people will say, oh, you know, why don't you have alternate different victory conditions for doing maps and so on? And I understand why people say that, but the thing is...
And Chunk was insane. That Chayula monk was fucking bonkers. Like, Darkness was insane. Yeah, it was crazy good. Yeah, it was insane.
That if we actually had a bunch of different objectives, I believe that you would get tired of those very, very quickly. Like, killing the rares is already the thing that you want to be doing when you are mapping, and so that's the reason it was chosen as a victory condition like that. If we just have like all sorts of random shit, you'll like there's going to be ones that you're going to get tired of very quickly. They'll be annoying and like various things, right? I mean, like effectively, what you'd probably end up with is something that looks kind.
But they threw it away. Do you know how many players said crossbows were bad? Do you know how many players said warrior was bad? Do you know how many players said that spark was bad? Do you know how many players that said, oh, spellcasters in the early endgame don't do dick? Yeah. Do you know why players threw shit away? Because they're impatient crybabies. People just don't want to deal with the hardships. They just want instant gratification instead of working for it. That's the problem. Yeah, granted, okay, there was the reload bug with crossbows. Yes, that makes crossbows kind of unplayable. I agree. I understand, right? But like, people are just like freaking out over stuff not being good or bad because they don't have 10 years of knowledge to understand all the interactions. People needed to literally experiment more. I remember one time I watched a reality stream. I remember one time I watched an arrow stream. Crossbows are cracked right now. What do you mean? Crossbows are one of the most insane things you could be doing in the current state of the game. But I remember watching an arrow stream one day, and Arrow's trying to like make things work, and everybody's like, just play this. And he's like, I want to experiment. And they're like, but you could just log in Archmage. And he's like, but I want to experiment. And they're like, but you know, Archmage is the thing. But he's like, I want to experiment. And people like wouldn't let him experiment to the point where he's like, I'm just logging off for the day. I've got to go. And I've experienced it too, even in Last Epoch, where like players don't want players to experiment. They don't want people to figure things out, for whether it's either their own gatekeeping reasons, or it's like they don't want their build to be known, or like people like, yeah. So it comes back to the joke about, have you tried 3 dragons? Why am I going to use 3 dragons when there's better ways to do things? Well, this streamer uses 3 dragons. You should use it. But there's better ways to do things. Because some chatters just do gotcha strawman arguments. It's more than just some chatters. It's a large player base is like dumb. Like the people that talk, like, it's just, you know, Rapid Fire was insane. Rapid Fire was really, really, really good. Isn't it just get Shock Burst and Galvanic Blast like insta-tapped tier 4 bosses? You like instantly killed everything. It was insane. Herald nerf may hurt a bit. To who? Herald nerf to who is Herald nerf gonna hurt? For clear? To who? To you? Do you see what Shattering Palm does? For example, there's a million ways to solve clear. What do you mean? Who cares? Nerf it. Are you an owl? You're lucky that was funny. Because my initial response is, are you banned? XDD. But that was funny. That was funny. Probably less than 50%. No, I agree with you, Guitar. Heralds are fine. They're just broken. They'll still clear. Yeah, they don't need. Spoiler alert: Herald of Ice doesn't need to trigger off a Herald of Thunder, and Herald of Thunder doesn't need to trigger off a Herald of Ice. Then you allocate Val Pact. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of busted shit, dude. Yeah. There's a lot of busted shit, dude. I'm in the camp with Guitar Holic. Like, I hate to say this. The time it takes to reroll is annoying. I really wish they would come off that. I agree with that. I would love for them to like drop that stance about rerolling. Like, fuck character identity. Who cares? You're already making us like lock into a weapon type to use certain skills. Like, yeah, that's kind of dumb. They need to get off their high horse about that. I'm full with the players of that, right? Bleed Falconer? I told you. I warned you. Just click bleed. Just click Falconer, dude. I warned you. I told you. It's gonna be insane. I had plans on day 2 reroll. Yeah. Post EA, you know where I think is people need to stick with the choice they make for testing. It's harder to get good data if people reroll and change. I can see that. I can see that. But it is early access, and removing that restrictions allow people to do more things. So, I don't know. There was another point I was going to make. I don't remember what I was going to make. I was going to say something, and I don't remember. I had some point I was going to make. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. I'm in real agreement, and this has been said before. I think the PoE 1 players that don't like the game just log out. Right? I think that's like the best thing for both themselves and the community, right? Like, if you're just like, just a miserable bastard, just log out, you know? Like, if you don't like chat, if 0.2 if you're excited for 0.2.0 and it comes out Friday, and by Monday, Tuesday, or even Sunday, you're just like, it's not for me, I highly encourage you to log out and just fucking relax, you know? That's like, it's just, yeah.
Kind of like, I mean, because when we're talking about alternate victory conditions, what you end up with is things like what's going on in Sanctum and Ultimatum, right? Like these are this is effectively what you end up with if you're talking about alternate victories.
It'd be
Because
easier
you
for
come up
sure
with
if there
things.
hadn't only been one PoE league. Those boys are thirsty. Remember when you and me argued and I was like, Jingles hates me forever ago? And I said they need to go touch grass. Is this going to go back to the they need to touch grass statement? Oh, by the way, Sir Napslot told me to tell you when I saw you this morning that he has the gold that he has for you, and he put away extra gold because he felt bad he couldn't get a hold of you, or some shit came up and he wasn't able to give you the gold. So he's got a bunch of extra gold for you. And if you want, you can send him your account number and he'll mail it to you, or he'll meet up with you later and give it to you. Just ping him whenever. And he's Kill O Cyb or something like that. It's like KILLOCY on Discord. Well, in Jingles, they only got what they want because they bitched.
You try to work out the stuff, and it's like, while that is something that is cool to do sometimes, it's not something that's cool to do all the time. And so that's the reason why I'd be really hesitant to do that on like every map has a condition like that.
The worst part about arguing
so that's kind of like where we're coming from. That. So like what I think that we do need to do is make it so there are more interesting things going on in maps, which is something that we will probably focus on more in 030, is trying to improve on that.
I will say that when 2.0 comes out on Friday, I will, like, I've already done it, and I hate to say this out loud, but like, I will have no problem removing, like, if people are kind of come to the community on Friday and we're gonna play 2.0 and people are gonna have fun, even if I dislike 0.2.0, right? And I go say play Hero Siege or Last Epoch, right? I will happily 100% remove toxic people from the community, a long-term sub or not. Like, think of this up. You could be like an 80-month sub, and if you're a piece of shit to people having fun, I swear to God, I will remove you. You know what I mean? Like, it's gotten to the point where like you can't even like argue with your homies without like people being bastards. You know what I mean? I prefer to see somebody with a valid thought. I think there's a lot of valuable feedback, and certain apps a lot like sometimes has like really good really good feedback, right? Or like some of you guys have like really good feedback, and sometimes it's articulated in a way that comes across pretty bad and pretty argumentative. But I think there's a good way to have like, not combative, but like there's a good way to have like an argumentative disagreement that still criticizes or has like good critical points to get across, right? Morning, good morning. The real issue is people can't accept the PoE 2 on have made it different games. PoE 2 is more of a casual game. PoE 1's more. Yes, exactly. Constructive criticism. That's what I was looking for. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. And like, I think this interview today is really good because it like really showcases a lot of like, they're like, hey, look, this was too hard. We messed up. We have data. We're making it easier. Someone that says they don't care for B2 because it felt slow to them and in like endgame, which is fine. That's reasonable. Too slow. It's too slow. That's very reasonable. You know, but that's like a thought, right? Like that's like a well thought out thought versus, well, I don't know if it's well thought out, but it's like, it's a thought that was like more than XDD, this is bad. Problem is people see rebuttal as a personal attack. Yeah, because everybody's soft. Grow up. It's okay. You can still have your participation trophy and told you were wrong. I'm rock hard. I'm probably going to change that alert for Friday. So many people are struggling with this exact experience. I would like to get from pack to pack faster in PvP. That doesn't mean I want the game to be faster. I think that, I don't think they need to make our movement skills faster. I think I think they just need to put more mobs. You know, and this comes back to like, I hate to use Hero Siege again because it's the new hotness, right? But one of the things I think that makes Hero Siege feel as good as it does to like the Path of Exile players that are playing it is it's just so many mobs all of the time ever that you're constantly overflowing with like just blowing shit up. Like every room that you go in, every 5 steps that you take, like everything is just like constantly blowing up mobs and 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 blowing up mobs, right? So like that feels good. You just don't like, you don't need to move pack to pack faster if there's more shit to like, if there's more shit to do between A and B.
But I don't necessarily think it's a good idea to be like, okay, here's a bunch of arbitrary conditions you might have to fulfill. Like the rare thing is what you should be doing anyway, and that is why it is like, I mean, if you really come right down to it, like what is the victory condition of a map in PoE 1? Well, the answer to that is like we don't actually set one explicitly, but ultimately what you're there for is to kill the rares so that you know, and like all of the content, you are there to do the content in the map so that you get more item drops.
Does it feel bad because we're
so effectively that's the reason why that's okay. So there has to be some
bad?
idea of completion in PoE 2 because of the fact that, you know, you need to be able to do the map to move on to the next one. So that's why we wanted to choose the objective we felt that players should have anyway. And so I think that maybe players sort of view that slightly differently than we do because it's like, you know, but that's, I guess, to explain sort of our view on how it is. It just should be there. Of like, here's what you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, it's wild, dude.
Okay. A question I had.
We did.
Oh, go on.
I just want to elaborate on that a little bit more because we did try some stuff internally there. Like we actually did. We had an iteration quite recently, in fact, where we had it that you had to complete the like league. So if there was an expedition, you had to do the expedition to complete it, and so on. And honestly, the internal reception to that was like pretty viscerally negative.
Everyone was very angry that we were taking away their choice with that stuff.
Like you're forcing me to do a ritual I don't want to do, and it's like, well, ideally it should feel good to do the ritual, but understandably, yeah.
So we ended up going back on that.
So we backtracked on that, and then it's like, okay, well, you could design a whole bunch of encounters, and then it's like, well, how do you know you're not going to create equally things that divisive or things people don't want to do in the same sense that those leagues came out?
Every game has gatekeeping.
Well, I hate this one. Whenever I get this one, I hate it. I hate doing that map. You know, I just want the one when I have to kill the rares or some other thing. But to clarify just some of how it works, like if it is a boss map, killing the boss is the completion, right? That is what it will be. If it is not a boss map, killing the rares is the completion. If it is a tower, clicking the tower is the completion. And then all of the unique maps, which we're just kind of not referring to as unique maps really, but that's kind of how they appear, each have their own special conditions as to how to complete them. Are there any other types of maps?
No, not really.
Hideout is full clear the area,
sure.
but you don't really need to do that often.
That's pretty much it, right?
Pretty much that's it, yeah. And then all the extra content, though, it is displayed on the map. It lists it under extra content. So, like, because often what could happen is you go into the map and you're like, I don't remember what was in here. Like, was there a breach in here? I don't remember. So at least now that is all displayed and you do know what you have to at least keep an eye out for. And it will display on the top right. Once you've done it, it'll get ticked. And so you at least know what's remaining, where you're like, was there an expedition in here? I can't remember. And then you're like, oh, yeah, there is. I have to go and do that one.
So did I hear that right? That if it's a standard map with like a boss on it, you have like an overseer tablet or something you put in there and you kill the boss, that's a completion and you can leave the other rares on the map if you would like.
Correct.
Okay, so we got
nice.
a new addition. That's nice.
That's nice.
The rare monsters in that context will appear as extra content that you don't have to do.
But it's worth mentioning that you're going to want to kill the rares because there is the map drop mechanic. So in a boss map, there are two that happens twice. Once on the boss for the upgrade, and once when you kill the rares for the sustain. So just to be clear here, like the killing all the rares, like at the point you kill the last rare, there's what we call a sustain drop, which is the one that's giving you a at tier 1, it's 100% chance to drop a map of the same tier, and then that goes down over time, but then gets countered by the Waystone drop chance. So effectively what that means is that if you're playing with mods, you're always going to get a map from that last rare that sustains your drops. And so in a map boss map, that's the same. Like the res will still give you that, but then you're also going to get a map from the from the map boss too. But that'll be +1.
But if you have excess maps and you're not really caring,
then you don't have to do it,
100%
right?
do the
Yeah.
boss, move on.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
up to you.
So speaking of like waystones and sustain, is there any chance I could get a teaser out of you for another unique tablet? Because we know one of them, which is you can teleport anywhere on the atlas. Can you hold this over until patch notes with an additional unique tablet?
Well, the patch notes won't even include them, right?
Yeah, we don't spoil you. We don't spoil you.
Think
All right, well, I tried.
there is one. I hope it's there as opposed to coming shortly afterwards, but I'm pretty sure it is. It irradiates the maps, and then you can complete the map. Completing the map will remove the irradiation, but not complete the map, and then you can run it again. So effectively, you can use that to be able to run all the maps in Radius twice with all of them effects and modifiers on them.
Oh,
with
that's
the
cool.
juicing from the towers.
Well, with the, I mean,
Yeah, because you got
yes,
3.
if they're
yeah.
with the other 2 tablets or any other towers that are in Radius, yes, correct.
Wow, okay, that's quite a teaser. Hey, glad
That's
I-
pretty
Probably
cool.
the chasest one, I think, to be honest.
That's really cool.
So-
That one's probably
Okay.
gonna be expensive.
Okay, so speaking of maps, here's a balance related question for you. So what I heard in the Ziggy D interview is the Rogue Exiles can appear in any map, correct?
Yep, they can. Mhm.
Okay, so are they scaled from tier 1 to 15? Like, you probably get where I'm going at. When you log in, brand new character, your first map, are people going to RNG get blasted with the same Rogue Exile that can appear in the tier 1 or
They-
tier 15, or do they get stronger?
They do scale. They do scale their life and damage and stuff like
well,
that.
much like any monster.
Yeah, much like any
does.
monster.
will.
So yeah, they like it'll be it's a hard fight, but it's like you just if you run into one on T1, it's just a T1. It's a T1 boss.
They
Okay.
appear from part 2 onwards.
Yeah.
The reason we did it that late is because they have like the full set of player skills, and I didn't want them to be using skills that you didn't have access to at the same level. Now we could have done a thing where we disabled those skills, but then you just end up with a thing where they're like not too interesting, but also it just like exponentially amplifies the amount of work to make now every version of them using different skills good, and that was maybe something that would have been cool and fun, but honestly probably too much work relative to what you get out of it.
Right. But yeah, you'll see them in campaign as well. In the second half.
And then they're in maps. It's 1 in 12 maps base-ish. But like, we're still kind of iterating on the amount of content that is appearing in maps. So like we might even change this in the next few days. And then, yeah, the Atlas tree to spec into the rest. Now they do scale in other ways, which is just, I mean, if you think about the uniques they have equipped, like if there is a like level 70 drop level unique item, obviously they're not going to have that before that level. So they'll unlock the uniques they'll have equipped, and this is for all uniques added for all time. They'll only be able to have ones up to the level that they're at, and then the uniques they'll be able to have. If there's a level 80 unique, they won't be able to have that until they're level 80.
And since they use the uniques actually do contribute to the difficulty of the of the fight. So
or sometimes the ease, because they don't necessarily know if that unique is gimping their build.
Curiosity from my end here regarding the uniques and the
That was
Rogue
cool.
Exiles.
I like that.
Since the Rogue Exiles, it is possible that a Rogue Exile could have killed an in-game boss. Can they wear those type of uniques as well, or that's a no-go?
No, we've kept that off because, again, it's simply because you are right, they could use it, but we're not going to drop them because we don't want boss uniques to come from non-boss sources.
Yeah.
Like, that's
fair.
and we're much more strict about that now in PoE 2.
Okay, that's fair. Next question we have is on death effects. Are you currently satisfied with the current state, and do you believe that on death effects are something that is needed?
Well, what on death effects are you referring to?
Yeah, what's even left that's egregious? I mean, that is my first question, is like, you tell me what's not good enough so I can go get it fixed.
I mean, we could take a prime example being like the bloaty guys that explode. I mean, if you have an army of minions, even more so now with specters being introduced with bigger
but that's
minions,
different.
that's already hard to see.
When you're talking about a specific monster, though, I feel very differently than how I feel about it on like rare mods, for example. Because rare
agree.
mods you can run into any time and you're not necessarily expecting them. But if you're talking about the bloaters, I mean, like those, you can see those bloaters coming a mile away. Like about that particular one.
Well, to some degree. I mean, it depends on the build you're playing, but I mean, there are multiple on-death effects and ground effects that is exploding and like after death. Like the issue that is being brought up is how the players are getting punished from going up to loot, maybe not seeing because there's loot windows popping up covering wherever the explosion is, and you have minions or expector. You're still fighting.
It, it, it just, yeah. I feel like I'm mechanically bad at games. I understand I'm mechanically bad at games. I understand that I stand in shit and die, right? I feel like I understand this and I'm gonna get punished for it and I need to learn to stop standing in shit. I actually just recently, in the games that I've been playing recently, you know, with Hero Siege, I stand in shit and die all the time and my friends make fun of me. I die all the time in Path of Exile, but I accept this. I think it's time that our friend here present accepts it. Stop standing in shit, homie.
Something and you can't see it because there's too many effects going on the screen, and then you move to what you think is a safe spot, but you die.
Yeah, I mean, I 100% don't disagree with the problem. I guess the thing is, I can probably improve like 90% of it. I just need to know.
That's just you. That's an impatience thing. That's just impatient. Just complains about minions. I mean, it's this thing, right? I'm impatient. Accept it. But like it all comes down to like, is it a game? Like, this is the thing, right? Is it a game problem or is it a you problem, right? You're impatient, just be faster. Yeah, just be faster. Or plan your character around the explosions. Yeah, I mean, you know. Hope he's asking for a friend. I'm pretty sure a lot of what we just heard is tailored to like personal wants towards like minions, because like he's the minion guy, right? And people follow him for minions. So like the horde is like, this comes back to the whole like sheep argument, or like, and this isn't a knock at Ghazi. I'm saying this as not a knock. I'm saying this as a generalized statement. The sheeps will mimic that of the leader, right? That was a Rax question. I mean, doesn't he also stand in everything too? Because like, he's like me, he's a content creator. You know how hard it is for like people to like read, chat, entertain, answer questions, and not just like accidentally stand in shit? I don't know whose questions are whose questions. How do you even know that's the Rax question? Serious inquiry. How to like, did they say that and I just didn't listen because I'm an idiot? Because that's also a strong possibility that I didn't listen. Oh, they do say? Oh, I missed that. Okay.
Oh, exactly, them all. And I mean, it should seem obvious, I understand, but there's a lot going on. I don't know. Give me a list. I'll go through and either remove, change, or make them less punitive, I guess, in almost every case. Or at least, sorry, I don't want to say punitive. Like, they should just be fair. And I agree with you, the loot label situation, like, is a problem. Where all of a sudden now, you know, if it was a rare and it happened to drop 8 items, well, you don't even see the monster anymore.
Well, in the case of the bloater, for example, you could make the drops happen at the end of the explosion.
You could, of which all the clear speed junkies will be like, no,
right.
I want it now.
That's the thing you could do.
Because they want to pick it up and then run away before it blows up. So
hey,
I agree, though. That would be
said.
the thing I would have done. But yeah,
I mean, that's fair.
Look, again, it's like I don't really have a problem with it as a general sense. I have more a problem of just if there is an unfair mechanic, I want to address that. Like, which is not restricted to on-death mechanics or not. It's just everything. If it is unfair, or there's no counterplay, which I guess are the same thing, then I would like to address it and do something about it. Similar to how I talked about that hourglass mechanic just being garbage. Like, I'm going to be the first to admit that there's a bunch of just unfair bad stuff out there, which is the consequence of designing so many bosses and so many monsters, like hundreds and hundreds of monsters. You're going to get some bad out there for sure. So we'll get them all in due time, though, for sure.
The follow-up question on this topic was that whether or not you consider the on-death effects to be something that is needed in the game.
Again, I've never thought of it in that sense of just like, do we want on-death mechanics? It's more like this monster would be real cool if it did an explosion on death, and like after it died, like the bloater, I think is a very cool example. But it's not like there's ever a specific mission to be like we need to add more on death effects or anything like that. But I would say it is somewhat contextual, and I do think that occasionally a thing like that happening is fine on some monsters. I would argue that again, like the things where it's hiding them, making them invisible, or that you can't see them, or again, because there are builds that are moving at way too fast with too many effects, is more of a thing that amplifies this problem, which is what we always see. Like these things are less problematic when you first encounter them in Act 3, and then they're far more problematic in Endgame when there's like a hell of a lot more going on. It's way faster. You can't really process what's going on as much.
Turbo HUD in this
especially
game too?
with probably summoner builds.
I'm pretty sure it exists in Path of Exile too, right?
So yeah, I mean,
it really shouldn't be the case that you can't see a bloater explosion coming.
yes.
Like, they're incredibly huge monsters. There's incredibly well telegraphed. It takes a very long time to build up. Like, that one really should be one that you can see coming.
I mean, I don't personally have an issue with the bloater specifically. Like, we got some of these questions from the community and some of the
Sure.
questions.
You know, here it
about
is on
Bumpy
stream.
Crazy,
But that's what I'm saying. But it
which
was
one
the
of
first
those
one that came to your
questions,
mind. So I wonder if there's another one out there. That...
What I'd like to do is at least do a pass to make it that there is never loot and a death spot contesting. And often the answer to that might be either change the effect or delay the loot. It just depends what that is. There were cases like, for example, Rattle Cage, that the first boss of Sanctum, he used to explode on death, and yeah, it was bad, right? Like, how do you know until it happens? And then
Delaying the loot is bad. Delaying the loot is really bad. Because what's going to happen if they delay the loot is you're going to forget loot happens, and you're going to fuck off and forget to go grab your loot. And then you're going to be like, oh my God, all this backtracking. Loot filter? No. I'll hear a ting. Are you only going to loot things that make a noise? In a game? I've recently had a conversation with friends of mine that have told me to not call people stupid anymore and to be more humble in my approach to calling people stupid. I'm not calling you stupid. I'm just having a come to God moment in front of everybody. And then chat want to do Amon Ra. The carry I had quit. You might want to ask in the Discord. Nobody will know. Should call them gullible. I'm just gonna log in Dead by Daylight. Just gonna log in Dead by Daylight. This comes back down again to no, I know you won't. I know you're just breaking my balls. What's the point of buying? Because you don't know if the CD key's stolen and gonna get like taken back. A lot of those CD keys that are stolen, like if they get reported stolen, like they'll just like the key just won't work anymore. Still arguing about MFing? No. You can say it for me if you want. The one thing I've learned about playing Path of Exile 2, and the thing today that's becoming more and more apparent is, like I said this earlier, I cater a lot of my content to like the newer player, like the guy coming over from D4, or like the dad with 14 wives and 3 kids, and like 18 mortgages with like their 16 husbands in like fucking some third world planetary outrageous solar system galaxy. Yeah, the old and bad players. Yeah. Well, there's a lot, I've learned there's a lot of young and bad players too, because of the whole like the Zoomer mentality of like they have to have, what is Temple Run? You know, like the whole like you have to have Temple Run to pay attention. But it's becoming more and more apparent, that players are way worse than I thought. And I always like try to like vocalize that players are bad. And I get told a lot that players are nowhere near as bad as I make them out to be, and that it's impossible for people to be as bad as they say they are. My ninth wife loves you. Thanks, man. You want to share one? I'm lonely. It's I think players just eventually need to accept they suck. And I do this. I know I'm bad, right? I know there are things I suck at. And I know there are things that I need to like mechanically improve on. Right? Well, I don't know. I feel bad to just tell people to get good, because like that's not the answer to how to get good, you know? But maybe it's literally just as simple as like get good. You can leak your DMs of, oh yeah, great example. Here you go. Wait, yeah, that's a really good example. Let me get to a safe spot so I don't lose 15% experience again. Here's a really good example. We're having a conversation at 9 o'clock this morning, right? And Jingles at 9 o'clock this morning goes, Graxy got to Inferno on his Samurai with Candy Shedder, Dragon Custard Shield, and Isser's, like, we're talking like bottom tier of the barrel. And I was like, yeah, we just suck, dude. And then, you know, we just start talking about like, and like, see here at like 9:30, I'm like, my problem is I'm just mechanically bad, right? You know what I mean? Like, I've accepted this, and like him and I were having this conversation this morning, and you can see we're talking about like different ways to overcome us being bad, right? Like I made this swap, and then I did this, and then this was really good, you know, and this is what it does, and this is how I survive. Like, we're having this conversation about this game to figure out the ways like why we suck. But like, I don't think players are doing that. I actually think majority of the enemy skills are pretty fair. Nothing will ever make you understand how bad at games people are. Like reading. Oh, dude, you should see. Did you see, Kat? Some of the things that people. I'll never forget how many times in PoE 2 with the monk, how many times people came to the stream and was just like, I don't understand. I have the same gear as you, and then they would link me their character, and it was just like not gear. Like, one dude was like, I have the same gear as you, and he like linked me an armored chest plate, and I was like, what? That's not. He's like, it's got the same stats, and I was like, no. There was also a guy who didn't want to do basic math. It blew my mind how bad the average person is at games. Yes, I try to make that very apparent here when I have conversations. I think Blossom's a really good example of like somebody who I don't think understands just how bad players are. Right? I have 3 Hackslash guys with tons of views, and some of the comments are hilarious. Yeah. I share some of my comments with Ginger and some other people every so often, and some of the things people say blows my mind. It really does. But you know, I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen Blossom here, and like Blossom's a good dude, you know, comes across a little arrogant sometimes, or like a little you know, a little elitist, but it's only because he just doesn't understand how bad a lot of players are. And I think a lot of players are like Blossom, where they just like can't grasp the reality, because it's so easy for players who know, and this is like even for me, it's so easy for people like me too to like just forget the simplicities of things and things that we are so used to that we take for granted, right? Like something as simple as like, oh, it's really easy. Just swap this rune out for lightning resistance, problem solved. And then when it breaks that, just fix that. Or it's so easy, just craft this on. Or so easy, just go here. And I think a lot of players forget that. No fun if I'm not putting in the time to be great. It's not bad. I'm definitely not bad. It's the build's fault. There's nothing wrong with one button builds though. Dude, I don't want to click 18 fucking buttons in like my ARPG to execute my combo. I'm telling you right now, remember they did that showcase? Remember they did that showcase with Amazon, and they're like, oh, you can parry, and then you do this whirlwind, and then you summon the tornado in the whirlwind to do this back out mechanic to fucking throw the thing and to do, you know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna figure out how to make Javazon and throw one spear and blow up 18 screens. I don't want to press 18 buttons because you want me to press 18 buttons? You're high. If you as a person want to play an 18 button build, go play Black Desert Online. Literally just go play Black Desert Online. Give me D2 Javazon. PoE 2 is a multi-button game. But it doesn't have to be like 18 buttons, right? It could be like drop a bell, use your buff, or drop a bell, use your buff, debuff the mob, kill the mob, right? Like that's fine. It's the players like that want more. I've learned, I hate to agree with you here, Reality, but I've also learned that in Path of Exile 1, the best builds press more than one button. I hate to admit that, but it's true. Bro, the fighting game community is going through this right now. The devs are making games more and more brain dead and getting rid of the skill execution need to grow, which is fine. Just get better gear so you can press less buttons. Yeah, that's the thing people don't want to do. I had this conversation yesterday, Reality. I don't think you were here for it. But players asked me yesterday in Hero Siege how I made my gold to get to where I am in the game, and I said I killed monsters. And they said that's impossible. You don't get the gear that you have from killing monsters. And I said, you're right, I killed more monsters. And they're like, well, what do you mean? I was like, see all the time that you've spent typing? I've killed more monsters. And they got really mad at me. And it's not a, meanwhile, the guide is an endgame 90 plus Inferno's guy that uses all damage can ignite Ascendancy node. And it's one of the first things that's, yeah, I know. I believe it. I insert clip of Ziz freaking out about a build guide about duelist and somebody clicked witch or some shit. For somebody who's newer to PoE 1 and ARPGs in general, newer, never played PoE 1, how you break things down, like for somebody who's dumb and still learning, was greatly appreciated. Thank you. That's what I aim for. Factor is like trying to break it down as simple as possible. I want that for people. You dropped an angelic in a satanic zone yesterday, got up to 450 million killing monsters. What did you drop? Wait, what did you get? You didn't tell me yesterday, bro. That's the most exciting shit. Dude, I'm so happy for you. Yeah, dude, sometimes you gotta kill monsters, bro. Dude, that's sick. Congrats, homie. Here's my take on PoE 2 from a game designer perspective. PoE 2 is built around having combos. You combo in order to scale your offense and defense, or you get rid of all those buttons in your offense and defense. Overall, it's your choice to have more or less buttons, but you'll always have pros and cons with it. At least I think that's a reasonable take. I think it's a very reasonable take. I like that take. I think that's very good. I do 3 maps, sit in my head for 20 minutes, thinking of how do I make more money. Yeah. What up, bro? What up, bro? I had the conversation with the other spider. So there's O Spider and then there's Spider. And I had this conversation with Spider the other day. We were talking about a slight disagreement in opinions on Path of Exile versus Path of Exile 1 versus Path of Exile 2. And we're just sitting shooting the shit in Discord. And I'm streaming in the Discord playing Hero Siege. And he goes, this is the problem between you and me. I said, what? He goes, you've done 100 maps or whatever it was in the time we've had this conversation. You and I have had this conversation for like 20 minutes now or whatever, however long it was, right? And he goes, well, I've sat in my hideout doing nothing. It's just so unfortunate that like you have the ability to just constantly play and are able to like multitask the way that you could. It was just very interesting. You dropped my gem? Look at your DMs. Congrats on dropping the gem. That's huge. Hideout Auras will always have the most money. But you don't have to be that's not what we're saying, though. It's not a matter of being a hideout warrior or not. It's a matter of, like, people just don't want... Like, people just are inefficient when it comes to, like, spending their time. The patch notes, they said Thursday in New Zealand. I don't think today is Thursday in New Zealand. So tomorrow, maybe if we're lucky. Sit about hideout playing Tetris with my loot. Spend my time learning games from this dork. Hell yeah, dude. I turned on that game with Dean and he thought it was the funniest thing until he got spooked by something. He's like, Daddy, I never want to play this game again. You're saying the flippers will always make Omega money? It's like 30 hours away. A present XDG chatting or sitting in tabs. Am I going to stream at league start? Yes. Yes, sir. I will be live all weekend, except Sunday afternoon. Like exactly when it drops. Yes. I will be live for the release. Yes, sir. I'll be here. I fully plan on prepping and getting my snacks ready. The best advice to new players is to understand that time quality literally equals money per use of being efficient. I think players just need to understand that currency comes from just playing the game. You don't need to be like, you don't need to play div per hour, just play the game. They initially said Thursday Zoom, but also said it could be pushed back if they have stuff to do. It's tentative. Yeah, so we have no idea when we're getting them. What even in like any game that you play, right? As long as you're playing the game and doing something other than bitching and crying, like as long as you're not bitching and crying the entire time, like div per hour only applies to the Omega Juicer. I don't know, dude. I feel like I play at an Omega Juicer level and don't cry about div per hour, and I don't stress money, and I'm always rich out of my mind. You know what I mean? Like I don't fucking bash my head in a wall to div per hour. I don't know. Am I bad? You're fucking poor. Week 1. Chat plays loaning per hour. How to not be poor. Have rich friends. He gets loans? Yeah, I took out a page out of Minecraft Steve's book. Just take loans from the homies. I've got good credit with the bank, man. I don't know what to tell you. My credit score in Path of Exile is like an 850, dude. This loan of $1 million turns it into 2. You're slow week 1? I don't know. I don't know, man. I could probably go harder and faster if I really wanted to. I would just have to not do it. Like, let's be honest. If I really wanted to go faster week 1, I'd have to not do a blight start, right? You know what I am rich in? Copium. You disagree? I'd have to probably, do Blight Ravage. Yeah, like day 2 Blight Ravage and like eat it up and just play like fucking cremate poison explode bullshit. And just like ignite everything and just go straight into Ravage like hour 14. You see the low tolerance Pathfinder? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Did you know that if you play Dawn in hardcore and you die, you get Dawn softcore instead of standard? Interesting. I had no ideas. You have a guild, or how do you get alone? I have friends that I've been playing the game with for like 5 years. Or 4 years or whatever it is. I just have friends that I've made like in communities in the game. And I've just like literally made friends with people and be like, hey, can you spot me 5 divs? And then 5 divs eventually turned into 10 divs and eventually turned into 15 divs into like, I don't know. I took a 400 div loan from Reality and I paid him back in like 48 hours. Right? Like, not many people day one, or like, not day one. Oh, this looks insane. Yeah, this is super budget day one. Like, I don't know. I took a 400 div loan from Reality.
And by the time it happens,
he was
you're
like,
dead.
oh, I didn't mean to press that. He was like, can you pay me back in a week? And then 48 hours later, I paid him back, right? Like, the reason why people give me loans too is because like I have the ability to effectively pay them back in a reasonable time frame, right? And I think a lot of players forget this. Like, you can have access to the best gear in the world in the game, but if you don't have the ability to like utilize what you have to its maximum benefit, like it doesn't do anything, right? And I'm gonna use like I don't know, can I use Skadoosh here as an example? I've seen him be given and handed some of the best stuff in the game and still like be like, XDD, how do I make money? And like not in like a negative way, but like you know, like it's a player who's like learning, like he gets the gear and then he's like, shit, now what do I do with it? And then you give him like direction, right? And then he like gets the direction, he starts learning and he's like, shit, now what? And you're like, see, your Mage Blood Headhunter Temporalis did dick, right? It doesn't do anything. And I think a lot of players forget that. Just tell me you need a loan after I quit. You shouldn't be asking for a loan before you know what to do. I need a loan in standard. So yeah, a lot of people always get mad at me that I like borrow currency from like my friends, but it's just come to the point where like I borrow the currency to get you guys content faster. And then it's like I get yelled at, but I said it 1,000 times in free shit. I was like, how many of you guys could I have handed the gear that I had or the idols that I had and you guys pull out the same results that I had? Step 3 gets hands out. Whoever's done with the league. Oh, Jesus. You know, it's funny because I got handed what, like 30 House of Mirrors or something like that. And I just gave them all away. Right? Like I got handed 30 House of Mirrors, or was it 40 House of Mirrors? Something crazy like that. And I gave them all away. I can't give them away on stream because like I would get in trouble. But even yesterday, like I got given a bunch of shit in Hero Siege, and like I was in the Discord with like O Spider and I helped him out with stuff, and then I helped another friend out with stuff, and then I helped another friend out with stuff. And you know, I never like, I might get handouts, but I never really keep the stuff for me. I keep some of it here and there so that I can like do cool shit and make content. But like, I just give it, like I get handed shit and I'm always in a position where like, I'm usually pretty comfortable and I just give the shit away, you know? Every so often, like, don't get me wrong, I use a couple of the House of Mirrors to like try to make idols and then use that to like teach other people idols and stuff like that, right? 2-hour interview going to last 8 hours of stream. I've mastered the art of stalling. I've played Black Desert Online for a long time. I know how to stall. But you know I ain't gonna give names that I heard 2 streamers talking shit about you accepting handouts. Obviously they don't know you help others. Bigger streamers? Fuck them. Or was it smaller streamers? Look, man, no matter what I do, I'm gonna have haters, dude. It doesn't matter, right? Like, I get haters when I work with the community to make mirror tier items. I get haters when, like, you know, it doesn't matter. Was it Arrow? I think Arrow genuinely likes me. Or Milky. As long as it wasn't Arrow Milky, I don't really give a fuck. I don't know. Let people be haters, man. Who cares? Fuck them. Now you got me curious, though. I don't know, man. You want to be jealous? Be jealous. You want to be a hater? Be a hater. It's fine. What am I going to do? It was me. Fuck you. I don't want to give names because I don't want to start drama. Motherfucker, you shouldn't even say anything then. You don't know if haters are doing something wrong? It's true. I don't want to start drama, but there are people that don't like you. I'm just fucking around, dude. What's the least our plan? Amazon. It's definitely Amazon. I don't like you. Fuck them. The Ascendancy? Amazon. That's the Ascendancy. Oh, right. Yeah, that's the Ascendancy. Yeah, that's Amazon. I'm gonna start hardcore since I'm gonna die because so hardcore anyways. Yeah, man. I mean, if people don't want to believe that I give the shit away that I get, I mean, like, what am I gonna do, right? You know, there's nothing I can do about it. Bell better be logging in spears. He might. Fuck your couch. Uh-oh. Well, you can tell your friends that don't like me. They can come have a conversation or tell me they don't like me. I'm here. It's fine. You don't need to like me. I got my friends. I got my homies. I got my health. Don't matter.
And of course, you kill the boss, you run in to get the loot. That's just what you do. So that one is an example of one where
Man, when I was right there the whole time.
I mean, whether or not you could say it was telegraphed well enough, I don't know. It kind of just didn't really work. So there are clear examples where we've removed them because, yeah,
how do you get on the
it was
receiving ends of
kind
these
of bullshit.
handouts?
And then there are probably a few examples that are in the grey right now, and probably even some that are still bullshit, and we still do need to address them 100%. That being said, again, not philosophically
Yeah,
against
I'm gonna call you a bitch.
just philosophically against unfair or like gameplay that's, again, I agree, if you're just covering the monster in loot labels, let alone anything else, and it's about to explode, that is a bad thing. Like 100% that needs to be addressed.
Sorry, I think we...
So yeah, I guess it's just more a matter of like, make sure that you continue to make us aware of the things that feel terrible to play against, and we'll do what we can to fix them. And if we can't get a good solution, then it probably will be removed. Like, that is often what happens eventually.
Fair enough. I have a kind of a different topic here. So there was a specific question related to ascendancy skills. So some ascendancy skills, I believe, have like quality effects, but you can't quality them. And ascendancy skills also can't be put into weapon slots. So like you can't use weapon switching with ascendancy at the moment. I can't put like elemental storm or something. For some reason you want to use that. It's like by only using my second weapon, for instance. So we're wondering if in 0.2 we can see quality coming to ascendancy and weapon swapping, actually being able to be queuable onto ascendancy skills.
Well, you can't put quality on them because they're not items, but the reason why they still have quality is because there are things that give quality to all skills.
Oh, it's good. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
So I believe that's why it's like that. So yeah, we're not going to change the fact that you can add quality to them because yeah, they're just not items, so it just works that way. As for the weapon swap thing, can you not open up the
Your life cannot change?
advanced skill thing and turn them usable way weapon set 1 and 2 for ascendancy skills? I thought you would be able to do that. Is that really not possible?
No, I checked it yesterday.
And you can't do that?
No, not that I've seen. No. Man, let someone correct me in the chat
I have
if I'm
a
wrong.
feeling now. So that actually surprises me. But now, upon thinking about it, I suspect I know why, and it will be a stupid technical limitation due to the way that information is stored, where there's no place in your character to store it. So I can actually probably get that fixed now that you've brought that to my attention. It just wasn't something that I was really aware of. I can actually get that fixed.
It's the
Probably not for 0 to
bar
0,
that
but
they have less damage
yeah,
on.
that's a relatively easy fix. And as I said, it's because currently the place where that's stored is in the gem, and because there's no gem there, there was no place to store it. So probably it just ended up getting disabled by whoever implemented that. Yeah, I can get them to fix it.
Great.
All right. We'll move over to some critical strike question. It's about critical strike bonus on weapons, which is currently multiplicative, with other sources of crit bonus leading to higher crit multi than we've ever had, even in PoE 1. So the question is if there's any changes or plans to have changes to that, or is crit supposed to be that strong in the endgame?
I wouldn't say that crit has been first on our mind with regard to the changes we've been making on balance. Like, that isn't to say that there isn't something wrong with it, but it hasn't exactly been jumping out at us as like, oh, they've got this big problem with crit. The big problems have been other things. So, yeah, like I wouldn't say that we certainly haven't made any changes there. As for whether or not it should be like this, I think that'll be a question that will start to come up once we actually have that jumping out as a problem if it does. I believe our intention was okay. So just to be clear though about why we made that change, because we want it in general
I already knew that.
Items are always multiplicative with everything else. Like, it's supposed to be that your tree is multiplicative with your items. So therefore, whenever that's not the case, that's kind of a defeat. Like, we want it, yeah, that's just our general philosophy. So ideally, we have it that way for as long as we can. If we then run into an issue, maybe we'd change it. But we haven't noticed any particular issues yet with that. So we'll just leave it that way for the time being. The concern would be, of course, is if every weapon build is playing crit characters, which I mean, like, I don't know if it's the case right now. It possibly is the case, but I don't know if you've got any other feeling about that.
Every, I mean, a lot.
Right.
I mean, this is ironically just like the eternal battle we had in PoE 1 of crit versus non-crit.
Right.
And we did like a million changes over time, and we're effectively just starting that battle again. The good thing is, because we've done that, we know exactly what we would have to do, which is there is almost certainly just an imbalance in the ease of getting chance relative to the amount of crit damage you can get. There's no way that is just like right on the get-go. So, but however, it's not on the certainly the current. I wouldn't say it's not on the radar. It's more that it's not the most imminent thing for us to be fixing, given how much we have to be addressing right now, and which we're actively doing as we speak. So, well, other people are actively doing as we speak. So yes, I would expect changes, but I don't know if that will necessarily change for 020. That being said, everything's changing at like a base level, or a lot is changing at a base level, such that this will obviously. It's not like these builds are going to be identical in power after this, right? Because at the end of the day, it is a multiplier. What it does allow you to do is get so much burst glass cannony that, again, you're just evaporating the bosses in such an insanely small amount of time that you can turn that battle into not a battle, and that is a problem that might still remain. And if so, we'll fix it. If the base things that are pre-crit multiplier are also addressed to enough of a degree, at least the boss fight will last long enough that all of a sudden your glass cannon nature might reveal itself as a weakness. We'll have to kind of just see how that plays out, but I would say there's a 99% chance that we're going to have to change something, but I don't know if we can do it in 020. At least specifically to do with the disproportionate amount of crit damage you're getting. And we might still, question. By the way, I won't say that we're not. I'm just going to say that there is still technically 2 or 3 days left. So,
and patch notes were Thursday in New Zealand time, so a little bit time left. Another question we have is actually
that's the scariest statement, by the way, because like them not giving us patch notes is terrifying.
Again, about scaling, and it's about de-leveling of skill gems. If this is something you'll reconsider allowing us to have that tool accessible, an example of this, I believe this was Fubgun's question. A lot of current builds will currently use a low-level spirit gem because the attribute requirements level 20 can be too high. An example provided was Deadeye using a low-level cast on Shock
Right.
as an example.
Well, a
No
couple of
patch notes
things
to,
about
like,
this.
the
One of
day
them is
before.
that in general, we don't want people to want to use lower level gems. Now, the requirements in terms of mana is a valid reason for that to be that they want to do it lower, or mana or spirit cost or whatever it
Attributes,
is, or whatever it is. So that's I suppose that's reasonable, but like I guess the way we initially thought that was solved, the reason why we were okay to remove down leveling is because you could just get a new like level 19 gem at any time. It's just that it's the quality that doesn't move over, so I guess that's the reason for the
No, it's
request.
more that people want like level 8 and they don't want to have to go back to some random.
You don't have a level 8 gem just lying around?
Not always. Like,
I
there's some-
assumed it was the
there's
quality.
certain levels that are just like
Right.
you want that exact thing, and then
Sure,
they're like
sure.
ultra annoying to get. But the intention was that every gem is worth.
What do you mean
You should
attributes
want
are
to
a
level up
problem?
every gem no matter what, and the fact that some aren't, like the fact that you're getting so much power out of using lower level ones is an error, and one that I would address rather by saying that having such a low level version of it at in-game should make the gem way worse. Like, it shouldn't be good. It's
Right.
just that a lot of these things don't have scaling over the levels.
Right.
Like there's a lot of problems that have. I mean, you even see this in things like curses, where it's like, well, the mana cost skyrockets and the attributes, but like the power, it doesn't go up too much. And so you end up with a bunch of low level stuff everywhere. And I would say all of those are failures in that regard, and we should be making the level of them way more significant.
You shouldn't want a low level gem, but in the case, I do have some sympathy in the case where you're like, I leveled this to 20 and I actually wanted it at 19, right? Like I totally understand that that desire, and it's really only the quality that would be a barrier there for that particular case. But if you're telling me that people are wanting like actually level 8 or something, then yeah, that's like not right.
There are some valid reasons, and then there are some things where it's like been designed or balanced poorly. And there's going to be a combination of fixing as to whether or not we need to revisit, I guess, whether or not we want to allow people to de-level uncuts or something like that. I don't know.
But
I mean, neither do I.
It is definitely a design consideration for every skill we
Maybe
design
let the
of
Thamen
making
get
sure
third
that the
ring
levels
slot and Thamen
matter
give-
enough.
Oh,
And like there was
you're
quite a lot of
welcome.
work
That's
in this
crazy.
direction because that was a big problem in PoE 1 that you had with quite a lot of things. So yeah, we do try and make the levels matter more.
I think one of the the primary concerns, and you touched on it a bit there, and it was a topic for later, but I suppose it's a good segue into it, is mana cost on abilities. Like for instance, 1 mana left at 22,000 mana, Spark costs 700, but then you had Hammer of the Gods, and it costs 1,180. So I suppose some of the questions would be like, how do you guys feel about mana costs of certain abilities and how it deprioritizes the suffix of like bonus levels specifically on classes like Warrior that already have reduced max mana on the tree for some reason? So what are you guys' feelings on the current state of like mana costs in relation to that?
Well, the few rules or things that we had before discussing what some stuff we've changed is that it was intended that
I'm cold.
obviously the cast time of this, the lower the cast time, the faster the cast time, the lower the cost is for one. Hence why something like Spark is relatively low. And then there was like a how frequently should you be using this, which is understandably somewhat subjective by us, but it is our design goal of how frequent. Now, not every skill fell into that correctly. So a good skill there, for example, is like Toxic Growth, was meant to be way more of a like, occasionally you use this and then you work a little bit to blow up the pods. Now, in reality at endgame, it's you use it inside a gas arrow and the pods explode it literally in 0.1 seconds. Right, so you end up just doing gas cloud spam. That's just like one example where it's like this skill is now being used as a spammable and not being used as the infrequent thing that we wanted it to be used at. Now, when it was infrequent, by our design, it had a multiply the mana by 1.4 because that's how we expect to use it, and ideally it would be balanced around that. And then, so yeah, the goal here is now, okay, do we either change Toxic Growth's role or do we make it more into what we intended for it to be? Obviously, we're going to start with that direction, and then hopefully we can achieve that. And then if that fails, obviously, who knows? Whatever happens afterwards. That being said, that just explains why something like Hammer of the Gods has a much higher cost multiplier, so to speak, as the frequency in which you use it is much lower, and Spark's cast time is much higher.
Find this shit, yep.
However, there's a few things that happened in the mana cost balancing. So, for example, when you were a spellcaster, there was a level of assumed plus gem level you had, because if you didn't have that, then all of a sudden you get +4 gem level and your mana cost skyrockets, and you're like, what the heck? This I got now. I can't even use my weapon or my skills because I'm running out of mana because I got some plus gem level. So we assumed at certain intervals of the game you had, say,
You can tell their team is small if they don't have time to test this shit. What do you mean their team is small? What? It has nothing to do with their team being small. It has everything to do with it's impossible to test a million different interactions. Like, it's what? It's literally impossible to test what? They probably don't even think of 99% of the shit that we do because so many, that's just wrong. And they said that in the beginning of this interview. They were like, they can't. It's impossible. That's why we always find just insane amount of broken shit.
up to +4 or something like that. But for attackers, because of the gem level, at least for stuff that isn't using flat damage, the gem level matters a lot less, and we didn't make the assumption you had any, which was an error, because all of a sudden now you'll get like +3 projectile levels or something, and now your mana costs are out of control, and you're like, well, this sucks. Like, you get probably like 40% more mana cost for 15% more, 20% more damage, and it's like, this isn't proportional at all. So we have lowered all the attack mana scaling in 020 to account for the same amount of, or some amount of gem level. I think it's slightly less than spells. But it makes a pretty significant difference in game. Like, because it's an exponential, like it was like 12% per level. Now it's like 9% per level, which over 20 levels is like a pretty significant drop in mana costs.
Ooh, that's a tough one.
So yeah, there's a few things going on there where there were skills not being used
Probably
as we had
fantasy.
intended. I mean, you're talking about the 22k mana. That is a separate problem, which we're also addressing. Though you certainly are not going to be expecting to see mana in the same level it is right now. Given you had mind over matter, people were getting way too much mana. Whatever, whole different thing. Ingenuity, breach rings, and all that. And then yes, you have. So anyway, what am I saying? Attack mana cost down at in-game, and then just explaining some of the philosophy and how some skills aren't used as intended. And ideally, over time, we'd be either adjusting their mana costs because the role they now play is spammables, or more spammables, or we would change the skill of the design or the build or the archetype to have it that the skill is actually being used at our intended frequency.
Got it. Okay. Well, I heard that attack skills cost less mana, and that makes me a happy warrior.
That's all I heard too.
That's the actual takeaway, and also nerfed mana and nerfed ingenuity.
Nerfed
I think
ingenuity.
everyone knew
There
that
you
one was
go.
coming, so fair enough. Okay, so one of the most common questions, and trying to think of how to word this, but basically it boils down to this. One of the most common things people ask about, they want us to ask you, was about the pacing of the game. They see abilities added, like leaping backwards. They see parry being added. We see monsters that have exceptionally high movement speed and some slower cast animations from the player side of things, and mobs being able to push you around, etc. So I think kind of where people are going with this is,
ingenuity's in the bin. It's still
where
gonna be
do
really
you
strong.
guys see in your perfect world the in-game pacing of Path of Exile at? Obviously, it's not going to be the Gimli stat stacker, stuff like that's getting destroyed, right? That's not the intended pacing of the game. But how much faster than campaign? What's your philosophy behind the pacing when you're developing abilities, like we see with the huntress with leaping backwards and stuff like the pushing of the mobs and the fastness of the mobs seem to outscale your pacing of the player?
Well, I always. This is sort of one of those questions that we get all the time and asked in different ways and so on. And it's like it's always very hard for me to answer because I'm not sure what. Like I can't exactly give you the speed and miles an hour, right? Like it's sort of hard to it's hard to sort of quantify exactly what we're talking about. And I guess that's why I always tend to fall back on the feeling of like, okay, well, we want you to feel like you're always getting power growth. But we still want combos to matter, like these kinds of things. Like it's all those really design philosophy things. One thing I will say is that
even if ingenuity is 0 to 40%, it's still going to be best in slot belt. Because look at what's the name of the jewel? The corrupted jewel, whose name I can't think of what it's called. The Adorned. Look at the Adorned. right? Like the Endurance is cracked out of its mind. Like it doesn't matter. They nerf the shit out of the Endurance. It's still best in slot. Like Ingenuity's not in the bin, right? It's just because Belter shit. Yep.
I heard from someone, and then it made me think about whether or not there was a concern that, like, from what we talked about in the Ziggy interview, because we talked about like nerfing a lot of things and like how that was all happening, right? And then we had someone who said to us, "Oh, I like, someone internal testing, they're like, oh yeah, I'm playing in game in 0-0, and the pace feels exactly the same as how it felt in 0-1-0." And the thing is, and they're talking about some random build that's like not some crazy broken meta build. It's just a rando build, right? And it's like, well, yeah, if you're a rando build, then like the pace isn't really changing. And I just want to make sure people understand that like we're not.
It might even be increased.
Well, in some cases, sure. Like, like if you're not playing the like ridiculously broken shit, it is, yeah, in fact, pretty similar to before. But like, so long as the engagement of like making sure the combat is engaging is ultimately our goal. And so, it's like, yeah, it's the bosses
like
take a little bit of time to kill, and then you have to engage with their mechanics and like all that sort of stuff. And like, that's the only way that we would ever look at it, right? So
I can hit you with a little bit more of a specific to make it a little easier to answer then. So I think it's kind of two questions mixed together, and the more specific side of it is mobs being able to push you as a player is kind of a new addition. You got the rolling mobs that can hit you and move you halfway across the map. Where's your guys' stance on this? You know what I mean? It's been a common question.
Well, that's a different question. I don't. Okay,
well, there are specific issues with the old roly-poly monsters because they're not meant to just take you freaking for the ride all the way along. They're meant to just like shunt you to the side.
Right. So I think that's more of a case of fixing those specific things.
I think those are fixed now. Well, as in now as an O2. I hope, please, but the system seems to be quite volatile in a way where it likes to.
Well, I mean, even we had that issue with. I feel like did we even fix the lumberjack guy at the start of the game? I can't remember his name. The Miller. Because that for a while in 020, that was just like randomly taking you for a ride.
Yeah.
So I think that
is a volatile system.
Yeah.
You change nothing, and for some reason now the monsters are taking you for rides across the level, and then
sure.
That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, look, we don't want it to feel like you're just as I said, getting taken for a ride when you're not supposed.
Remember too, like these items are going to be nerfed, but they're still going to want them to be extremely valuable for players, right? So that like players have an excuse to go farm them, right? They need to have really good chase items, and they can't nerf everything into the ground.
To be and so that one, ideally we're fixing cases where that occurs. Now the reason you want a little bit of impact from monsters is just because it makes you actually feel the abilities, and there are monsters that feel if they don't have a push on their abilities, they feel just terrible. Like, I mean, there's things like the Devourer where like until we added the like pushback on the hit, it just felt like it wasn't even hitting you really. So there's stuff like that that's just really important just from a physical nature. So generally speaking, for the pushiness, we're trying to just make it so it feels physically correct.
I mean, now you're
we don't want it, like pushing you half across the map as you said.
Strong.
But yeah, and then the other part I guess you were talking about maybe was to do with the abilities that kind of like where the character's moving.
Oh, the other part of it, your characters get shoved a lot. And it feels like the pushing is a new concept for a lot of players, and where is its placement in maps? I get the Devourer argument, where it's like, okay, it's a Devourer, it's a big impactful hit you earlier on, I get it. But then when you get to like in-game mapping, it starts to feel a little weird when you got these little mobs that are way faster. They're also like, kind of shoving you around a little bit.
Right.
Charms are always active. There was somebody who commented on the YouTube comments, and he was making a lot of points about charms. And he was saying that he doesn't think we fully grasp the understanding of how charms are meant to be designed. And he was making some points about like the new ascendancy and unique charms and charms being good and all kinds of shit. And I was like, this is interesting. I gotta pee. Hold on. Want a way to make more exalts more valuable? You buy in bulk, it's cheaper IRL. Why are we arguing economics? Perfect time to run an ad. You know what it is the perfect time to do, chat? While we take a second to discuss economics. Chat, while we take a second to discuss economics, have you guys taken a minute to click on today's latest video? Have you taken a minute to put a view on the video and let it play and leave a like and a comment for your boy? Have you taken a second? Yes. My favorite comment so far in this video is just checking up. How's your PoE credit score? That's my favorite comment so far.
I suspect that might be a case of certain monsters just not having correct adjustment. I mean, like, I'd be interested to know a specific example because, I mean, so you've got stuff like those werewolf prowlers, right? Where it's like when they attack you, they do a little push there. And once again, it feels like from just a mass perspective that feels all right. But I guess I could imagine a scenario where because your character is moving so fast, at end game, that you might get into a situation where that push might feel a bit off. So, you know, like I can kind of see where you're coming from in some of those cases. So I mean, maybe we do need to do some adjustment to some of those monsters based on level or something like that. I don't know.
I think also when you have, there will be monsters that are wrong that.
Speaking of, hold on, wait. Here, look. This is YouTube in its finest. Look, this is funny. Speaking about my starter class, so gear's expensive. And then this guy goes, yeah, motherfucker ain't causing economy shifts. Sir, there's nothing to make an economy shift over yet. Classic fucking YouTube commenting right here. This is classic. They don't really want us zooming. I didn't want you zooming right away. When you made this practice, we've definitely in this community here have killed a couple of economies before.
That don't appear as much in single player as well. I mean, this is just on top of that, because you won't know they're wrong until they're not only trying to attack you, they're trying to attack something behind you. And all of a sudden you're getting moved by something that you don't like. Probably again, it could occur in minion cases, kind of a summoning cases.
Right.
Or in multiplayer, it certainly happens. Yeah, I mean, there's no way that all the monsters have the correct pushiness value, so to speak. So,
right.
That's
But I mean, it's good. It's good to get that as a thing to specifically focus on because, like, it's something that probably,
I mean, everybody
would need some attention. We just need to get someone to like do an audit specifically thinking about that.
It requires, for some reason, a quite difficult eye for detail because, again, you want it to feel physically correct and make sense from a physical perspective. And I don't know, I found it quite hard to find someone who can actually assess what would happen if this werewolf jumped on you. You know, there is stuff like that, which I mean, sure, maybe it is kind of difficult. But yeah, we need to go over it with a fine-tooth comb.
I do think the context though of
Where's my huntress team? I want to play huntress, man.
When you're, because I mean, normally when a monster is being set up, it's being tested in isolation, and you're not necessarily using like a crazy fast build on it, right? You're just like playing it in the context of the era originally appeared in, like that is to say during campaign when you don't necessarily have you know, like some this like crazy move speed and all that stuff. So I suspect that the interpretation actually probably would change a little bit in the presence of having that sort of faster play that you get as your stats increase.
I
So
appreciate
yeah, I think it is something we should look into and like do it, recontextualize it with the idea that we should be looking at it from with high level builds in mind.
There's some.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's
So I
mm,
suspect there might be
some
something.
ideas.
I
I
think
got
there might
some
be something
ideas.
there. Yeah.
that works. We can move on. Okay, so the next portion here is kind of around ailments. So ailments in particular scale off of on hit, which means the ailments very often ends up feeling not so much as a build in and of itself, but as additional damage to a build. So the question would be, and I have a couple of specific questions as follow-ups here, is where do you guys see ailments placed in Path of Exile? Do you want to see like I'm doing a bleed build, or do you want to more see it as bleed as additional damage to a build that I'm already doing?
Well, I personally, when I'm designing, I'm looking more about the combo potential of
Yeah.
ailments and what they can
Agree
do
with
for
you.
other abilities. But that being said, that ideally we're in a situation where both of these things can be true, where it can be that you're playing a bleed build, but also then someone else might be playing a build that's relying more on consuming the bleed to do something else. And there's like a few different approaches you can take with it. Ideally, it's like, we can get all of these situations to be true depending on how you speak your character. It was intentional to make it so that the ailments depend more on the original hit, and I guess so. Why did we do that?
A
There
lot
was
of
a
that
whole
is
thing.
somewhat, to me, intuition, right?
Right.
Like, there's a little bit of a confusing level where you're like, I got the skill that applies a bleed, and I'm going to increase my damage, and it happens to say increase damage with hits. And, like, I don't know if anyone at that time is thinking that, oh, this is a hit, and the bleed isn't a hit, even though it's applied by the hit. Like, there's a level of just, like, unnecessary complexity that occurs there where it's like, it's nice to just have more damage is more damage, and it affects both, and that's just like nice on some level. Like that is certainly helpful. But I think also part of the problem is like you want the thing where if you take increased attack damage, for example, like that affects your damage over time is applied by those attacks, right? Like you get again, you don't want all this like really. You have to take global damage, and you can't take kind of certain types of.
Stop you right there. PoE ailments suck. The best designs need to relate to ailments. One is Last Epoch. Also, one that's easy to scale, easy to understand, easy to implement without downsides when it comes to big or low hits. Oh, you mean like just have a % chance? Are you talking about like having a % chance to apply an ailment, and the more chance closer to the next breakpoint applies a secondary tick of the ailment that can be scaled? Is that what you're referring to? Ignite Prolith. I don't like the state of ailments in Path of Exile 2 compared to PoE 1, but I understand that they're different games and I'm trying to approach it from the lens of a different game. So we'll see.
Damage, and you have to work your way around it and know all this like hyper specialized details about which stats work and which stats don't, and looking at that from like just a new player, or not even new, from probably people who have hundreds if not thousands of hours into the game are probably still uninformed unless they've read a specific thing explaining how it works. So
That's to say in PoE 1, right?
in PoE 1, yeah.
Whereas
And
in
so
PoE 2,
PoE
that's...
2, it should just be if you increase your damage, if the hit is harder, then the bleed applied by the thing is going to do more damage. That is certainly an upgrade. However, there isn't exactly a design goal to say, no, you can't be a build that's like hyper bleeding or igniting or anything like that. And whether or not those are entirely supported or supported enough is obviously people's opinion, or maybe not necessarily opinion, but there's no specific goal to not go one way or the other. We just wanted to make sure that you can, if you increase the damage of the hit, the ailment applied by that hit is doing more damage.
Makes sense. I think.
See, when he explains it like that, that makes a lot of sense, right? Like that's just like makes sense. Like if you hit harder, you bleed harder. If you hit with fire harder, you burn harder. It makes sense. Is how armor works, and the fact that armor and Fizz Riz should be our independence. This is the way. I thought armor was a problem in Last Epoch where it didn't like apply to a lot of bullshit. Am I wrong? I don't know. I'd have to look back into it.
I think where the feedback ends up coming from is you're increasing the damage of the hit, So by the end of it, you're not really playing an Ignite build because you like Ignite the element. You're playing a Hammer of the Gods build. You know what I mean? That's applying the Ignite. That's, I think, the end result of where scaling the hit comes
Well,
from.
the Hammer of the Gods bleed thing isn't exactly something that that we're like in love with. Just as a side note. But yeah.
Comes down to the element, which we scale the hit of. We're expected to have combos of skills and rotations with infrequent use of skills. And then all the warrior builds start feeling the same. I don't know what Hammer of the Gods did or how it worked. I never played it. I can't really comment too much on Hammer of the Gods. Is there a TLDR on what it did? With bleeding. If you stab somebody one time, he bleeds. If you stab somebody 2 times, he bleeds more. If you stab somebody 1 time harder, he still bleeds normally since it's 1 friggin' hole. That's not true at all. You could stab somebody really hard and deep and they would bleed more than if you stab them small amount. If one bee stings you, you might not get anaphylactic, but if a whole bunch of them, they sting you as well. That's not true at all either. You can get one bee sting and go into shock. That's not true at all. You can definitely I remember when a couple years ago I was hanging out with somebody who's not allergic to bees, and we were sitting on my back porch and they got stung by a bee, and they're not allergic to bees. I'm going to reiterate this again, and we had to rush them to the hospital because the one bee sting fucked them up.
Something is needed to be
Something
done
is
there,
needed
for sure.
about
I
that,
really don't want to do the whole like 80% less damage with ailments and all the skills and all that. I feel like it's all a bit tacky. It should be, but honestly, I don't even know an alternate solution right now, and we need to delve into for. So, there's probably a way around something like that. But yeah, you're right.
It is
like,
unfortunate that Hammer of the best way to do a bleed. Like it is counterintuitive
well,
and not amazing.
and an ignite,
And an ignite. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
I mean, it weaves back to what we had talked in our previous Tavern Talk, specifically about ailments, where how the thematical approach of the harder you hit, the harder the consequence of that hit becomes in form of an ailment, right? We talk about ignition, we talk about bleeding, all those things. But at the same time, we also put the players in the boat where we now are starting to scale, or we have the perspective of thinking, why would I stop scaling that on-hit damage if I have to stop scaling my on-hit damage to do more ailment damage? Why can't I just continue scaling that on-hit? And then you have these outliers like,
Hold on a second. Hello? I had to take a really important phone call. My apologies. Sorry for disappearing. You guys ready to pick this back up?
Like Hammer of the God, for example. Whereas in PoE2, there's like separate ways of scaling. If you want to scale ailments, then the on hit is kind of meh in comparison, but now your build is actually focused on ailments. So they like you guys want to get to that point where there's actual
Well, that
full
might just be a
focused-
matter of that might just be a matter of making sure that the increases to ailments are more effective than the increases to hits. In that case,
Yeah.
I think in general,
I mean, it
they
is the case,
are,
but they might need to
not-
further do
yeah.
that.
I don't think in a way that would mathematically make it more beneficial overall.
Right.
Look at the camera
Like we
and
might just need to fix
smile,
that.
but then I can't watch the video.
I can't remember.
So
the
basically,
exact
what you
values,
guys were
but yes,
talking
almost-
about. Sorry, no. Basically, what you guys were talking about was that you wanted hard hits to apply this. It's the same thing we talked about in the last Tavern Talk. I was just curious to see if the plans are to find another venue to actually make ailment builds possible contenders in the game, because they feel kind of lackluster outside of what we just talked about.
Part of the issue is as well as the goal, and an achievable goal at that, where it's like, well, why do anything else? Well, why not?
Oh
To
my
do
god!
the
I thought I
ailment if
paused
you
the
can
video.
have that you start the fight, you drop your Hammer of the Gods, and now the fight's over, because it plus the ailment is enough to kill the boss from full life. All of a sudden the cooldown of the skill is irrelevant, which is meant to be the major downside as to why it's allowed to deal so much damage. And so as long as you can do that, like if it did 10% of the life of the boss and the ailment did another 10%, this wouldn't be such a problem in the context of Hammer of the Gods, because all of a sudden, yeah, you've done 20% of its life. Like that's a decent chunk of damage. But just because of the fact that there is the capability to get it to be so high damage that it will just one-shot them again, and crit is part of this problem as well. Yeah, then why would you not do that? You don't need to spec into any defense or anything else at all, right? You don't have to care.
True.
So yes, there's like part of a problem where this is where I'm just like, how much of this is just nerf Hammer of the Gods because that's how it's played?
Well, I mean, it isn't even. I mean, I feel like at some point you just want to put cannot create ailments on Hammer of the Gods.
Well, yeah, but we always try.
I know,
find
we try
ways
not.
around
At some
more
point,
arbitrary
but the more we have
restrictions
this
and,
conversation, I'm just kind of
well,
becoming
that's what I
more
was saying
convinced.
before. As opposed to cannot apply, you put 80% less, and
Well, I feel like cannot apply is just cleaner, right?
They both suck.
They do, but at least cannot apply is just like it's just a clean rule. This is what it is, and then kind of done. You know, like as soon as you start getting, I don't know. I feel like the 80% thing.
I know it's on the list right now of things we still have to discuss in more detail. So
right,
and I mean the today/tomorrow list. So
Speaking of the list and ailments, I am curious because we also had this conversation in the last Tavern Talk podcast, and that was bleed on ES, and it was the contradicting line.
We were
the
wrong.
idea, yeah. Okay.
We were wrong. Well, there was a few things we did change around that. I'm still not entirely happy with it, but it was a decision we actually made. I remember being like, okay, you can't bleed things with ES, which actually is the case. You can't bleed things with Energy Shield.
right.
It has to be damage to life that causes the bleed.
Yes.
And there's some reason for that. I can't remember why.
Was it a dumb technical reason or like an actual design reason?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
But, and I was like, what the? There's no way it works that way. And we were talking about how we were going to make sure it isn't the case. And we were just wrong. And then it was like, yeah, you guys decided this. And I was like, oh, and then I had flashbacks to crazy discussions we had. And yes, indeed, we did decide that. Now, all that being said, there were some extreme cases of Energy Shield on monsters where it was like, the way it was working is the map mod was like, 25%, and then it would multiply with all the life modifiers that unique monsters have, and it's like, okay, now the monsters have legit 2.5 times the amount of Energy Shield that they have life, or like 1.5 times.
That
So
explains
that,
a lot.
a million life, they have 1.5 million Energy Shield. And it's like, well, that's of course just terrible. I think we've changed all of that since. So at least like now when it says they have 20% Energy Shield, it is at least their final life multiplied by 1.2 or 0.2 and added as Energy Shield. So at least like there's a lot less to deal with there. Now I'm not entirely sure if I'm happy with the fact that it works this way and it is just a nice downside for bleed builds. or if it's like, well, this is just annoying because of, I don't know. I don't know. I don't quite know how I feel. I like it in some regards, and then in others, I can see why it's frustrating is the thing. But at least we've fixed the freaking energy shield problem, which is just things having all of the energy shield. But I do like the idea that monsters with energy shield have it is a weakness to a bleed build. Now, whether or not it is a balance warranted weakness is a different story, because you could argue that that isn't factored into bleed's power. But yeah, I'm not quite sure where I sit on this one, to be honest now. But we did address the energy shield problem, at least to the major degree.
All right, so one more last question regarding ailments before we move on, and that is actually regarding ignite proliferation. It feels very short. The radius isn't very long. Are you guys happy with the current state of proliferation effects of ailments such as ignite?
I don't even remember the radius. Too many numbers. I honestly can't say I have enough familiarity with this to even be able to give you an answer as to whether or not I am happy. So I guess the real thing is, if players are unhappy, then there's probably a change that needs to be made, right? So if that is the case, I'd have to look into it, honestly, which wouldn't take me long. It would take me like 10 minutes. I just need to refamiliarize myself with it, but obviously not in this moment.
I believe the radius is nearby, so that would be, in this case, 1.2 meters. I think it is, or 2 meters or something. It's very, very short. That's why I had to bring it up. Well, let's move on from ailments. And one of the questions we have was cross-weapon skills. Are there any intentions in making skills be able to be used with multiple weapon types?
Generally speaking, no, because we see the skills that you use with your weapon as being like innate to what it means to use that weapon, and that was like a major difference between PoE 1 and PoE 2. So yeah, the plan is to keep that. I mean, that being said, there's still a few skills. I mean, things like marks and stuff like that. We just have them work across things. But generally speaking, no, the skills are supposed to be associated with the weapons.
There'll be like unique item territory that might bend the rules there a bit, but
sure.
Otherwise, yeah, wanting the skills and the weapons to be quite linked was one of the main design goals of PoE 2, and having that different weapons feel different from one another when they can be quite melded into the same concept in PoE 1, where it's almost like it doesn't really matter if you're using one or the other necessarily. It's just a matter of what gives you the highest DPS.
Mm-hmm. So next question on the list, which we touched on just briefly here previously, about boss spawn rates. So you said that you've increased also the rate that you're going to see monsters, or I should say bosses, be accessible. Does that include things like Audience for a King and their drop rates in like Ritual?
That is explicitly what I'm talking about. So that is the Twisted Domain, is that what it's still called? The rate of which Olroth appears, the Audience with the King frequency, and Simulacrum frequency.
Big W then. Okay.
So that's just going to be more often?
We'll follow that question up with the current boss drops. There's going to be 100 uniques being added to the game. Will some end up being boss-specific ones? And are there any changes to what items the endgame bosses can drop currently?
So we're not adding new boss-specific drops to bosses that already existed, but there are some of those uniques are boss-specific for new content that we're adding.
That's cool.
So yeah,
I like that.
The intention though with the uniques is not to be add a bunch of boss-specific stuff. Mostly, it's to add a bunch of stuff to the core drop pool, which is what needs, which is what needs it, I think. So yeah, that's most of them are core drop pool.
So with the addition of 7 new maps, I believe is what you said is coming to the game as well, has there been any retuning or touching of the previous maps? And the follow-up to that would be, are there any plans to have something like a Horizon Orb, or potentially you could change one map into another? So if you see one that's like an Augury, you can change to a Vow Factory, or what have you.
So we haven't done that. There's been probably a few touch-up to maps, but I would say it hasn't been the major focus of 020. But I do think it's going to be a much more of a focus in 030, that we want to try and improve the mapping experience of just the core maps by quite a lot.
That's cool.
So yeah, like that'll be more of a thing we do then.
We had a huge discussion about this the other day.
Yeah.
I think we did briefly talk about it in the Q&A with Ziggy, but like effectively there are just some maps that are just like, very mundane. There's not a lot going on, and so part of this was also at least adding all this new content, like the Exiles and the Wisps and stuff, will alleviate the level of things not going on in certain bad maps. But yeah, we had a pretty massive discussion about how we could improve it. We just need to do it, and there's no way we were going to do that in time. So 030, I guess, is our current objective there.
Another Atlas question regarding maps. Sometimes they're broken. Like there are map nodes that are 100% out of reach. Is this addressed in point 2?
There's been we told the person who works on that to fix it. They said that there was improvements. So as far as I know, it should be fixed.
There are improvements to the full, like, I can't exit at all. Like, you're in this block and you're like, I literally can't escape this island. I don't think there's... I think there will still be just, like, very rarely random disconnected maps that you can't get to. Because that is technically less problematic than the people who are literally unable to play the end game because they're trapped. The other thing that we've done, a very recent, which I checked yesterday, was a pretty drastic improvement, is just there's like bits that are just improving the general connectivity between blocks. The concept of a block is probably not very observable to a player, but effectively you'd get these like kind of lines where it's like I can't map across this entire section. There's 0 connections. That's like kind of because it's a gap between what we call blocks, and we've increased the connectivity between those like dramatically. There is one bug left which I don't think we're going to fix in time, which is currently a node is only meant to have a total of 4 in and out connections. And I think once they get more than 4, one of them, they look like they have 5, but only one of them will just straight up not work.
I think it's
this
kind
is
of relevant.
a bug. We are going to fix it. I just think it might go out with that bug. It's already on live, that problem, where sometimes you're like, I've completed this map and it connects to this one, but I can't get there, and that's because it has more than 4 total lines. We just need to fix that. So it's just that person has been excruciatingly busy. So if it's not there immediately, it'll be there shortly after.
Good to hear.
I've had this problem too. Yeah, I didn't know it was limited to 4 connecting points. That explains a lot.
Trade improvements, which was mentioned in the Destin interview. My question.
I don't have anything extra to say about this.
More details.
I don't have anything extra to say about this.
Okay.
All right. So then moving.
What was the question that he wouldn't answer?
It was like dramatically. There is one bug left, which I don't think we're going to fix in time, which is
about trade improvement.
Currently, a node is only meant to have a total of 4 in and out connections, and I think once they get more than 4, one of them, they look like they have 5, but only one of them will just straight up not work. This is a bug. We are going to fix it.
So we
I
just
think
need
it
to eat
might
shit
go
on
out
trade,
with that
right?
bug. It's already on live, that problem, where sometimes you're like, I've completed this map and it connects to this one, but I can't get there, and that's because it has more than 4 total lines. We just need to fix that. So it's just that person has been excruciatingly busy. So if it's not there immediately, it'll be there shortly after.
Good to hear. A more sought after topic, it was regarding trade improvements, which was mentioned in the Destin interview. My question.
I don't have anything extra to say about this.
More details.
I don't have anything extra to say about this.
Okay.
All right, so then moving on to crafting here. So we're hoping you could walk us through the process of coming upon the solution as Recombinators to be the next addition you guys wanted into the game.
Well, effectively, we were looking for things that...
Cause I was always excited about GG talking about the game, but this time around I wasn't that excited. I don't know why. I'm actually more excited for Ellie than last epoch. Keep in mind, this comes from somebody who plays Path of Exile for 2 years and 63 days. Last time GG informed me about, so I don't know, weird ways, Snow White would say. And that's okay. I'm not like these talks are like these talks don't excite me either. I like watch them because I know players want to watch them and I know you guys want to watch them, but like me, I watch the reveal and then I don't worry about it until the day of, and that's okay.
could increase the ability for there to be more interesting stuff you could do.
And give each league its own crafting
mechanism. And I mean, recombination is something that kind of like add like a sort of I should say multiplicative with
it's
kind of other
okay
things
to
that go on
take
with
a
mods
break.
because it sort of allows you to do some.
So like, if you're and like, don't take this as a knock, but if you're not excited for 2.0 or you're not excited about the talks and you're very excited, for like Last Epoch, that's okay. You watch it without any emotion. Yeah, dude, take a break. Fuck it. Nobody's gonna be like, oh, that guy, he took a break for one league. Oh, nobody like if nobody cares. Like, well, not nobody cares, but like if you're not excited, dude, and you're happier to play like Last Epoch right now, bro, go play some Last Epoch, man. You know what I mean? Like, taking breaks is so good. I mean, look at me the last couple of days, dude. Like, all this PoE 2 stuff came out. What was I doing? I'm playing some Hero Siege, man. I'm chilling, bro. You know? It's okay. It's not like you're like, it's not like you're ignoring your significant other. You're just like, hey, Becky, I'm going to my room now. And you slam the door for 4 days and you only, you like shit in your garbage bin and you like eat the scraps of like roaches that crawl across the room. You know what I mean? Like, you're not doing one of them fucking things where you're locked in your room like a rat. You're just like, I'm just taking a break, bro. I guarantee console issues are far inferior to PC. Not saying that's fair. I mean, console has way worse issues, man. They didn't have a loot filter for like the first month. They literally couldn't play because they didn't have a loot filter for the first month. That's pretty damning to like a large majority of the player base. I don't know. I think it's totally fine to like. I won't lie to you, dude. I'm really excited for Last Epoch too. You've only skipped one league from beta until now. Yeah. Listen, the last time I told a PoE player to touch grass, they didn't talk to me for a month. I'm not telling you to touch grass, but I'm telling you it's okay to take a break. And I would do it again. Bitch!
And utilizes ground items.
Utilizes ground items in a good way. Boxes as far as like what we need a crafting system to do. Today I'm actually going to be going because we had that last minute change of how we wanted it to work, and so today I'm going to be going through the math of that pretty significantly. That's my plan for after this podcast. So we'll see how that one turns out after this. But effectively, like recombination will change, I think, its role a little bit from PoE 1 because it'll be more about getting the good set of like 3 to 4. Like 2, 3, 4 kind of mods that you want on an item, and then going from there with the exalting the remaining. That's kind of the intended like place where it kind of ends up being most useful for you. It isn't going to be something that you are going to make a perfect, like 6 T1 item with, because like the percentage chance will just become infinitesimal to the point of like not being worth even trying. So really it's more about those like a smaller number of mods that you can definitely pick, and then like hoping to get do well with the remaining 2. So that's sort of the value. But ultimately it's that sort of stuff where we need our crafting systems to work well with ground items, and to fit into the to be multiplicative with other crafting that you can do, and having it be on a system that on a league that didn't have crafting as well was a big bonus too.
I mean, we have so many more other ideas and other things we do, and all of that with future leagues, future content, and expansions to the ones we already have. And it's just going to be a matter of we want to do at least for now give Expedition 1, because like the vendor thing is there, but it's not really like achieving. It's not really equivalent to the others where they have like, again, an external crafting system that interacts with like dropped items or something like that. So, adding that means at least now they all have something, and then now it's either make them better or add new ones, which there's no shortage of ideas of things we want to actually do there. So
Fair enough. We have another question.
I
we
would
got,
believe that idols
from
are
the community as
being
well, and that is
tested
regarding
for
your
PoE2.
stance and or plans for like resistance swaps, craftable option. Is that something you guys want to see in the future of the game?
You have runes.
Sorry, what was that word? I missed it.
Resistance.
Resistance swap.
Well,
Swapping
it is
similar to like harvest in PoE1.
it's meant to be the roles of runes. Like your runes are meant to be the thing that's doing that, as opposed to just changing the mods on explicit items like that.
Yeah, I was right.
The context there, I don't know if you're I remember aware, but there is a harvest craft in PoE1 that allows you to change a cold to a lightning or a cold to a fire, etc. In the resistance thing.
Yeah, that really is what runes are for.
Okay.
Yo, what up, man?
Next question we have is actually starting to touch on ascendancy specifically, and we have starting with the Amazon. And there's a node called Critical Strike, and it's referring to additional crit strike chance from 25% of excess chance to hit. The real question here is rather, is this going to be like a base crit strike chance or increased critical strike chance to the player?
I would assume that
We think it's base.
probably base, but honestly, I'd have to ask someone specifically about that. Yeah, like I don't know the actual answer, but it's probably base.
Getting more and more a chance to, because the chance to accuracy has diminishing returns, so it gets harder and harder and harder to get higher values. So I should, in theory, be okay to be adding as base, because could get quite aggressive, the fall off there. So I believe it works that way. But this is the exact kind of thing where someone might have been like, oh my god, this is unacceptable and imbalanced, and we have to change how it works to be some kind of final value or something, and if which the description will be updated and it will be made clear, but that might have happened literally as we've been doing this for all we know. So as far as we know, last it worked, it was adding just a base critical strike chance that then gets scaled with increases.
That's cool. That's
the other
huge.
node is also from Amazon, and that is Penetrate. This is referring to having attacks adding 25% of the accuracy rating on the weapon's added base physical damage. Question here is simple. Is it going to be added as a local damage modifier that will then be scaled with the weapons mods, or is it just an added flat number on top of the total damage?
I don't think it adds it to your weapon. I just don't think it would work that way. Because I don't even think the stat is phrased that way. I think it's more that like
I think it's the same as if you got added physical damage on like a ring.
Right.
That's
I'm pretty sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Isn't it
So one of the things
phrased
I
as
was
the
most
weapon?
excited-
Wait, isn't it phrased? Am I wrong? I thought it was phrased as the weapon. Wait, what? Whatever.
Excited by when I saw the reveal was the Tame Beast, kind of something I was not expecting to see when I saw it. And when I heard you guys talking about, you had to, in the Ziggy D interview, you had to change some of the affixes. It got me curious. Did you guys run into any scenario where some of the affixes you thought would be, absolutely busted, like invulnerability aura or etc.? What was some of the cases you ran into?
Yes, 100%. What other ones? There is definitely some that were, but I think
the temporal bubble
that
was
one in
another one.
particular was pretty crazy. Yeah, I mean, we've had to do things where we had to reduce the uptime on some of them and like, change how frequently they use them. But on the other end, we've also taken the mods that would have been really, really bad at killing monsters and made them a lot better as well. So it should be a bit more uniform. But yeah, it's certainly a kind of. Well, on top of that, I mean, aside from being a difficult balance task, there's also like just making sure it's not annoying when you're like AK or looting. It's not like, doing things too. I mean, one problem you're gonna face, which I want to address, I just don't know how to do it imminently, is the fact that you might often see those things coming out. Like, for example, if your rare monster has periodic fire explosions mod, like you can't distinguish those from enemy ones, and you might all of a sudden be avoiding your beasts mods all the time. Now, a lot of people are probably just gonna be like, "Oh my god, don't tame a beast with that mod." Fair enough. I do want to actually alleviate that and do like Asmerian versions of all those effects so that you can at least distinguish them apart. Put some wispy stuff or change the color of it a little bit. But for now, like, yeah, that's kind of a lot, and we didn't get time to do that. So that will happen, just as a forewarning. That being said, it obviously doesn't damage you.
This is the one from last night.
Actually, it did at one point. It won't.
The dump in your Discord. I wasn't in Discord yesterday, so somebody dumped a bunch of information. I missed it. I've been so out of touch and out of loop with everything. Did I miss a lot? Somebody TLDR'd in the PO2 channel. Yeah, when I shut the stream off and go pick up my son, it's like a disconnect, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Won't damage you. We had that with specters as well, where there are some monsters like the ones in the ziggurat, where they like create like they send forward like a little sun orb, and it's like,
That
oh
lights
yeah, that's
out
just
life, yeah.
a
So
normal projectile.
I
right?
also like tried to avoid a lot of what was happening in this interview because I knew I was gonna watch it today. So I like kind of wanted to come into it without like any kind of like weird knowledge or like super biased. Like I know a bunch of people were like, "Oh, Wadijo did TLDR," and I was like, I kind of peeked at it, didn't really peek at it, kind of peeked at it, you know, like just to be able to like come in with like a fresh set of eyes compared to everybody else and just be able to talk about it post it happening. If that makes sense. Please don't try to compare what you should have been doing in PoE2 to PoE1 or PoE1 to PoE2 in terms of the accuracy stuff. You gotta not, you're only hurting yourself trying to recreate what you did in one game in the other.
Right, and then like, the specters are using it, and all of a sudden it's killing you. And one of our audio guys found that the other day and was like, "I'm getting killed by my own
I'm
specters."
sure I'm playing Friday. Hell yeah.
This
dude.
is not the
you.
point in the pipeline we should be finding this out. So, hopefully there's no more of those going on. But you know, be careful.
You know, the funny because the reason why the audio team is because the audio team have to do a whole pass on every monster for the case where it's your minion, because otherwise you get really annoying audio that's like fine when it's a monster, but when they're next to you all the time, it's like really irritating. So it's like that's actually one of the things we had to do to make specters work was do a redo of the entire audio pass for that.
Audio guys are true MVP, yeah.
So it's kind of a funny one.
All right, one last question for Tame Beast for you then is so it's a spear skill. Obviously, it shows up on the spear skill screenshot you got there. Is it locked behind having the spear equipped? Is it the type?
No, it's not. So you can just use it on any class. It's just there because it's know associated with the huntress. You can use it as any character.
Okay, that's pretty awesome. Then.
Amazing. Moving over to Ritualist, we have a couple of quick questions here, and I'll start with the first one. The extra ring slots, we saw the answer to this regarding Calandra's touch ring, not being able to copy it, but how will the extra ring slot interact with Ingenuity?
It just works with its nice new nerfed version.
It just works.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Gotcha.
There was a list of unique rings that had to we had to do specific implementation for, like Thief's Torment and random stuff. I don't know what state these are all in, and the can't use other ring slots stat, I should say. I can't remember the exact decisions that were made on all, but ideally they should just be the most intuitive thing. It's just they all needed pretty specific handling.
All right, so then the other question I had is a common question people were having was on the screenshot where you were showing the ritual sacrifice where you got the mods from the monster. It was stated as you get one of them, but then in the video you
actually get all,
That's gone through a whole bunch of balance. I don't know if you get all. I think you get four if you stab them and something if you stab yourself. There's some I can't remember the numbers, but I want to see it again. It might change tomorrow.
So Mark just made a really good point. If you weren't listening, to anybody, and this is not pointing out conversation currently happening in Twitch chat, but just because something was confirmed in this doesn't mean that by Friday it'll be there. So don't take everything in these interviews as the final word. And he said it earlier in the interview. He said that they were wrong earlier about bleed and energy shield when they confirmed it was supposed to work one way in the last interview. And everybody panicked that, oh my God, Mark and Jonathan said this. Nothing is final until it's final. So something to keep in mind.
we do these live streams and we're not like it's not like we've stopped developing on the game, so yeah, you get little inaccuracies like that are just wrong, or that change in the last week or 2 weeks kind of thing. And it's not like we've written that thing literally 5 minutes before we did it. We're like preparing that thing for like a month. And so yeah, sometimes across that time you've recorded a thing and you don't want to have to re-record every single little thing, or you just miss a thing. And so yeah, you get little inaccuracies like that, but it is certainly not what it was represented as. So
3 years ago. I know.
All right. We can move over to the tactician. And the first one is regarding the focus fire notable, basically where you attack, your totem starts attacking. We've seen this as it exists in Period 1. It's not been very popular in Period 1. So I wanted to ask what the differences are from the Period 1 versions to the new version in Period 2, if any.
I don't think it is different. I don't think it is different, and I don't disagree with you that it might have even been adjusted since, because I also, I mean, I'll go check that out after this, because I also don't disagree that it is on my list of I don't think this is actually very good. So,
Okay.
It might have already been addressed though.
Fair enough. The second tactician question we have is regarding the supporting fire minion. Now, can you elaborate on how this minion will actually function, as it states that they will trail you, but they will be literally off screen? And will this have an impact on them being within presence?
I have to tell you a secret. The minion doesn't really exist. They're not actually following you.
That's about what?
It's just that there's effectively a skill being done.
It's got a Johnny mechanic where it scales with minion modifiers.
Exactly, right? Like so yeah, damage is done as if it was being done by a minion. But yes, the minions don't really exist. They're not really following you.
So this breaks they are not within presence then, because they would have to exist within your vicinity.
Exactly. Well, they're off screen, right? They're not.
They're outside the borders of the map.
Exactly.
Artillery.
Yeah.
All right.
No, we ruined the illusion.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so Smith of Katava, temper weapon. This one looks really interesting because based upon the way it works is depending on how much people are really going to use it. So we were kind of curious about how the temper weapon actually works, if there's more details. Is it a time period? It looks like he hits it 4 times and gets multiple attacks. So is it, do you want to give us more information about how temper weapon is going to work with that ascendancy?
I can't remember all the exact numbers because they probably have been changed. But effectively, yeah, it is.
I believe it's a number of attacks, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it was meant to fill a role similar to meditate, where it's like you do certain things, and in this case, it's meant to be not like, I mean, you should be able to hit a few times and then get to use it for quite some time. Sure. Like it shouldn't be just like a really annoying where it's like literally between every pack I got to be sitting there hitting my weapon and
right.
But I believe, some number of hits of the weapon gives you a much greater number of actual fire explosions going off. So I just, again, without all the numbers in mind, I can't really explain exactly what that balance is, because they would have changed since I last saw it anyway.
That works. There's some guesses on whether or not it was going to be duration or on hit. How many hits you get.
It's on hit though. It is on hit.
Okay, that answers that then.
Yeah. All right. Another note from the Smith of Kitava is manifest weapon, personal favorite of mine with animate weapon from PoE1. Now the question would be, how will this ability work? Is it preserving spirit? Is it copying your weapon? Could you elaborate on this?
It copies your weapon. Whether or not it is using spirit,
I don't think it uses spirit.
I don't think so. No,
it doesn't.
But yeah, it's a copy of your weapon. I think each different weapon type has a skill. So if it's a mace, it'll occasionally do a slam, and if it's a staff, it'll occasionally.
Tactician, it looks so bad, but like it only looks bad because we don't know how to use it, right? Tactician probably exists because there's information we don't have. I think Tactician's worse than Chronomancer. Chronomancer was fucking sweet. Like really strong. Remember, a lot of these things that look bad and might not actually be bad, right? The group playing pin, the fact that it can like pin everything is like insane, right? And like didn't he just say that off-screen minion like scales with minion damage, right? Did I hear that correctly? Right? I feel like there's probably a lot of stuff that we're missing and don't know about. Cast can fit in double of them and it's projectiles pin, not attacks. Yeah, I mean, halves the cost of spirit stuff. Yeah, I wouldn't write off anything as bad or good until people actively got to play with it. And like the people, I think people who write things off without investing a lot of time in different variations, like, you probably shouldn't be listening to either.
Occasionally, you know, quarterstaff, it'll occasionally do. I don't remember what all the skills are, but the idea is that it doesn't just melee attack only. It has like an extra ability it uses on periodically.
If you're dual wielding, do you get both weapons?
I don't remember. I think no. You probably just get your main hand. It's probably
That'd be cool though.
I mean, it would be, but technically that is way more damage. Unless you're saying it's one minion that attacks with both, in which case that would be cool. I'd have to have a look. In fact, it could. Maybe it is doing that. I actually, you know, I don't know. I don't know.
Last question. Sorry.
Often what happens there, just for context, we're involved in their like initial design. We have it at hands off. That level of detail we won't necessarily figure out. You hand it off to a designer will come back a few times asking intermittent questions about it, and then sometimes you don't see it again, and that's fine. You test it on live, or you play it on live. Like, other people have seen it, you trust the process, it works. It's just that like it's hard to retain literally details about every single ascendancy node and all of that when you have so much going on. So
Sure.
I have one question I have to bring up, my friend Pox here. Since everyone's referring to Smith Okitava as the chieftain of PoE 2, are we getting RF soon?
Not you'll have to wait until the class that's most associated with is ready to come out. Unfortunately,
Fair
so
enough.
yeah, it won't be the unfortunately it won't be the next class either. Maybe the one a little bit further down the line, I think.
I had to ask.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so last question we have for Smith of Katava is a pretty basic one. The Heat of the Forge skill looks kind of interesting, and there's some debate. Does it work on like every hit your casting skill, or is it basically energy gain, sort of like the cast on ignites, cast on shock?
I guess Mjolnir isn't out to talk about that right now. So, I mean, I believe it's energy build up, very similar to how the arrest will work as well.
Just say it works the same as Molnir.
Yeah, but it's, I don't think that had been released.
Yes, I know.
So,
I'm just joking.
well, Mjolnir will work the same way, but lightning. That I know. Pretty sure it is like energy build up, but again, without knowing all the numbers, I can't exactly know the frequency in which things trigger and proc and whatnot. But it is like, yeah, look, it's going to be energy based, similar to, and so will Mjolnir, I guess. So.
Okay.
All right. We'll try to speed up a bit. We don't want to take you too much time like we did last time. So we'll move over straight to the Lich. Now, the first and big question I think most of us are having is regarding eternal life. Basically, when you read it, it more or less tells everybody you're going to be immortal. So could you elaborate on this will work?
Which one was that again? The names. Is that
your life? Life can't change if you have energy shields. So if you have like Zealot's Oath, you have a little bit of energy shield region, you're not gonna die. Mechanical stuff that you combine with modifiers such as Selthos, Eternal Youth, or Demon Stitcher, and Serious Disdain. The whole list goes in terms of how that would operate.
What's there about this? I mean, we acknowledged it was powerful. That's for damn sure. So many mechanics around this. I mean,
think about it, Serious Disdain.
The name is fitting, I guess. You know, I agree. I can't remember. We had a massive discussion about this and like figured out that it was strong, but maybe okay. Now whether or not we're right about that, we'll see. I don't know, again, without looking into this more and talking to people, I won't be able to get an exact answer. But like, look, we're not going to intentionally release something that makes you just actual God mode. So either people are now going to tell us about what we messed up, and we're going to go change something or counterbalance something, or maybe there's some misconceptions about how it works or something like that, which we probably need to clarify. They again might have already addressed something to do with this as well. I'd have to have a look. I have certainly, since the thing, not been entirely like up to date on what ascendancy class changes have been happening, just because again there's too much other stuff going on. So
sure. Well, two quick questions.
You might be immortal, you might not be. As the summary of it, we'll see.
Hopefully, I would imagine you're not going to be fully immortal. I believe that it should be okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not just going to add that without some level of.
Yeah, there was a bit of a tip to the cap to it. I'm assuming because they had like stitchers when you showed the showcase had stitchers he was wearing. He was wearing that Series Disdain. So I'm like, okay, it's a bit of a inside nod to it, I suppose. Okay, so a couple questions here related to the other ascendancies. Conduit, when it says you lose 5% of mana per second, we're assuming that's current mana, or is that actually 5% of maximum mana?
Sorry, which one was that? Sorry,
Necromantic Conduit, where it says as a modifier where you're going to lose 5% of your mana per second is sort of the downside of that one there. So
I mean, if it doesn't say maximum, it should be current.
Got it. And then,
but I won't ever. Again, we're getting into like the level of specific that I am not able to stay entirely up to date on or informed of nowadays. But I'm pretty sure it would be current if it doesn't say maximum. But again, I will not say that there isn't just a mistake in the description. But we do have several people check all of that, so it should be current if it doesn't say max.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Well, the last one we have for you on the ascendancy here, it's about the jewel socket, which looks pretty cool. You get the extra jewel socket, you go in the lich there.
Mm-hmm.
Can that be used with Adorn?
Ooh.
Not putting Adorn in the socket, but does it calculate within?
Is it non-unique? I think it's non-unique jewels only, right?
Yeah, basic jewel. So it's the basic jewel that you put in there. Can the Adorn outside on the passive tree affect the jewel?
Good question. I want to say yes.
That's busted.
But I don't know why I want to say yes. I feel like I want to say yes because that's probably what you'd expect, but that might have been handled if it was in a case that was unacceptable. There's a good chance someone they would have tested that and found out one way or the other and made it either work or not. But intuitively, it should work. But again, it may have been handled already.
All right. We're gonna move on to some minion questions. First, we have the Asmerian Wisps with how they operate with a new mechanic for the O2. And I was curious how the radius of these would be affecting enemies, as we have enemy or minion builds, we have a non-minion builds that applies to killing enemies fast enough. Will these wisps actually have the time to affect the enemies before you reach them? Would that be an issue for minion builds and other builds like Deadeyes and whatnot?
They do move pretty fast when you're in front of them. So and they don't get blocked by monsters or anything like that. And the radius is relatively high, so I don't think it should be much of an issue.
We have patch notes.
So I guess I would say just if we're tweaking those parameters correctly,
we've done a few things when the wisps start to possess, when they get in range of their target, they make their target unable to die, so that you can't kill it just as it's possessing it. There's a few little things like that, but yeah, they are pretty generous with it. I'm not going to say it's impossible. There's always going to be some kind of killing edge of screen. Well, hopefully not always, but there is always the possibility of that happening, and thus, yeah, you're going to be able to just obliterate things before it happens. But it's pretty difficult to do, honestly. At least you can't, unlike torment spirits, kill the spirit on accident to start with. So at least there's that. One step in the right direction. That being said, yeah, I'm not going to say it's impossible. It's obviously if you are extremely powerful and in an underleveled area, there's a good chance you're just going to kill everything with a single tap. The moment it even not even approaches your screen. That being said, it should be that we've done enough to account for this. If we haven't, there is always more we can do to account for it. So we'll just have to see. But I'm pretty sure it's in a decent spot right now. Hopefully, it won't be a problem.
So we have a question that's sort of a follow-up from one of the previous updates. Minions got an AI improvement around body blocking, and we were wondering if there's going to be any further AI improvements to body blocking in 0.2.
I don't think we've got anything else in 0.2. I think that was...
Are
think
minion
there wasn't
AI
anything
still a
else.
problem?
Yeah, not an 0.2.0.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that hasn't...
I know, like, the raised specters have a thing where because we don't, if they get too far away, they like become like a spirit form and like travel over to you and then reappear as the monster and stuff like that, so they don't have to even die and respawn when you get too far away. But there is like an extreme case where that can still happen, but we do try and at least keep them from having to do that. That is also mostly because like most monsters, if you start to like speed up their movement speed, especially you can, with the whole range of monsters, start to look ridiculously absurd. Whereas I guess with a skeleton, you get away with it a little bit more, so you can be a little bit flexible. But in terms of the generic minions, no, I don't think we've changed anything else there yet. We did the 2 changes, right? It was the
when was that door thing we did?
We did that.
When was that? Is that in?
I'm pretty sure that's it.
Okay, right.
And what was the other one? Main one we did? The whole like if they get off screen, they immediately revive next to you.
So I don't think there's any other changes. If the thing was already done and deployed, then yeah, there isn't anything else in 0.2 for that.
A quick question is regarding minions in the early game, mostly referring to first 20 levels or so. For minions to be able to perform and feel like you're playing a minion build, the minions need to stay alive, and an 8-second revive timer whilst they're dying as soon as something looks at them in the wrong way in the first couple of levels is kind of a question that's being brought up several times. So the question is survivability of your minions in the early couple of levels something you've looked at?
I don't know that I see it currently as too much of a problem. I was actually playtesting minions last night, and I mean, one thing I will say is that the witch probably has one of the easiest times in the early levels compared to many of the other classes overall.
That's fair.
At least in my opinion. So I don't know that I'm looking hugely to buff anything there right now. Yeah, I don't know. I sort of think it's sort of in an all right place in that regard.
Yeah. There's certainly nothing on the radar because it is true that the class doesn't exactly feel underpowered.
Right.
The question is whether or not there's maybe like a couple of bosses here and there that are maybe too punitive, or a couple of monsters, that are too punitive to minions.
Well, the one that I noticed as I was playing in the very early game was just the ground, the on-death ground poisons. Are pretty
mushroom.
Yeah, the mushroom things are pretty ruthless against minions.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
there's a lot of things ruthless against minions.
We do need to address a lot of those. Yeah, because again, I mean, in an ideal world, you'd have, like not just stand in it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's exactly the kind of case where we need to do something about that specific. And there'll be a few more of those trickled throughout, and a few like there'll be one specific boss with one specific skill that is just like unfair, and 100% we need to keep adjusting all of those.
So the next one is sort of a report from the previous update, where it was a controller update for offering skills to make the targeting a little bit easier. Kind of the result of that was that offering skills are now auto-targeting like the lowest HP minion, kind of making offering skills a little
he was
brutal
joking
there sometimes.
about
So we're kind of wondering, is there any update for this in 0.2? Is it on the radar for future updates?
It's pretty hard to solve from a like controller versus non-controller standpoint there. Without adding in like all these extra layers of what I would consider to be hopefully unnecessary UI. But I think
wasn't there that support gem?
Yeah, we have the sacrificial lamb support. That's new, right? Which you can put on a minion, and it will now always make that minion a priority target for anything that targets minions. So you can chuck that on, like summon a couple warriors, chuck it on that, and now anytime you use an offering, they will be your priority target for those skills.
It's a solution.
Which pretty useful. It's pretty strong, honestly, with things like even DD and using sacrifice and all that. Like it 100% is like pretty strong right now. But yeah, it also, at the other hand, solves like honestly what I would express as a quality of life problem. So
Mm-hmm.
No, for sure. Speaking of warriors, why are they gone? In the footage, they were gone from the occult skill gems.
You know, I noticed that last night. I was going to ask you about that.
well,
They were deleted.
They're not in the T1 list anymore.
I suspect what's happened there is that there was that thing like way back where it was like the scepter should be the thing grinding that, and there shouldn't be both the skill and the scepter because you get the weird things where you have you to support both, and
Yeah. But I don't know. I don't know.
well, no, I agree. I
Yeah.
actually don't think that was on purpose. I suspect that was a mistake.
Okay. Yeah, but I did notice it last night, actually. Yes, you're right. But
Okay.
that probably just needs fixing.
Fair enough. No, I saw it. It was like freaking out. I was like, they took them away. But we're going to move on to the last part of the minion stuff, which is more pressing for the point 2 release, and that is specters. The first question we have is that I was unable to spot in the reveal footage whether or not we can basically unbind a specter from a bound specter. Do we then
Not
have
currently,
to have...
but we are going to add probably just like you chuck it in the disenchant window and it changes it back, kind of thing, something like that. That'll probably be coming like immediately after launch, just because we haven't had the time to quickly do it. But that'll be the same for Tame Beast as well, where you can turn both back into the original gem.
Perfect. Next question is that an image that we saw on Reddit about a week ago showed the Jamandra Act 2 boss being spectrable, which we can only assume was a bug as it was shown in the
That
point 1 client.
It is a bug. And I honestly, it is the greatest mystery to me. I had that happen on live where I like killed him and then it came up with the Ray Spectre UI and the skill's not even like out. And I'm like, how in the world? We genuinely cannot even comprehend how this has happened. And like, there's this level of reproducibility that is, but there's just nothing.
Well,
it doesn't make any
You know
sense.
the bug I ran last night, which I've had on live before as well, and I've like no one can do any explanation as how this is
I kinda
possible.
feel bad
But
'cause the minions
sometimes
is,
when I
like,
go
the
back
only
to
part
Act 1
that I
Town,
really
I just
don't
get the
care about.
PoE 1 UI for all of the NPCs, like the old conversation UI from PoE 1, and no one has any explanation as to why this can occur. And it's just so random. I was like, why that? I've run into it like 3 times in all of the playtesting that I do. I've had it like happen like 3 times. I was like, what the hell, man? Like, how is
Yeah,
this
I
even
don't know.
possible? Like, sometimes it's just really, really like that. It's just incredibly bizarre.
Well,
Yeah.
anyway, you're not going to be able to raise the boss as a Spectre. I
Yeah.
don't know why in the world that randomly UI is appearing.
Yeah.
One day we're going to figure it out. There'll be
Mhm.
there'll be something that happens, and we'll be like, oh my god, this explains this thing, and it'll be some number of years down the line, and yeah, I got no clue.
It's funny. Another question is gem scaling. Will higher levels bind spectre gem have scaled the minion's power and or spirit cost or something else? What are we looking at?
I don't think it scales the spirit cost, but unless they've done that recently, it definitely will scale the power, like 100%. I just don't exactly know how, but I suspect it's your traditional like the level of it kind of thing. So
It'll change the level of the monster. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's some
Alright.
special lookup table that relates to what
Yes,
level the
there's like
monster
a-
is versus the spectre level is, and I don't know what dark magic was done to derive that, but effectively it scales the monster.
It happens
level.
with this. All the exact same thing, by the
Right,
way.
right.
So it'll work the same way as that.
That's my neighbor.
Fair enough. And one last question with minions before we can move on, so people who don't like minions can settle down. What determines the spirit cost for a creature? There's some theories going around. I saw one being based at the experience multiplier, another one that seemed more accurate, which was based on their percent life modifier, based on the data mine information that is. But what determines the spirit cost for the specters?
It is
I thought it was just determined by designer for every case, isn't it?
No, it is well, sort of. Generally speaking, it is just some sort of multiplier
Is the
or
whole
there's some
minion
sort
cost?
of math applied
Don't worry, I missed
to
it too.
yes, how much loot or experience it would have given, which we call the effectiveness of a monster, and
Don't
it is
worry,
relative
I
to that,
missed it too.
which it's not information we hide, so it's not really relevant. It's not like a problem or anything. And then I know I think as it gets up, it kind of squishes it so that you don't get such extreme values. That being said, there are some cases in where we've taken the base monster, made a Spectre variety of it, and adjusted those numbers slightly to either intentionally make it cheaper or intentionally make it more expensive based on other external factors. There's not a huge amount of manual work like that going on. Most of the time it is just straight up relative to the amount of XP or loot they drop. Which I know Spectres don't, I mean the base monster.
Fair enough.
All right, so we're on to the final section here. We have some rapid fire questions, just a few of these, and we're done, boys. So we're kind of on the last portion here. In the Q&A rapid fire section, the most common question that I got so far was a perfect jeweler orb drop rate. Are you guys satisfied with the drop rate of things like greater and perfect jeweler orbs, or did you want to have some adjustment done with these?
I think they are certainly a little bit too low. We're increasing them in kind of various ways, but there is at least one other change which I don't know if I've talked about, but right now in 020, if you use the one that 6-links it, you don't also have to already go 4-link to 5-link to 6-link. So it just bypasses all the steps at least. So at least now when you have the 6-link orb, you don't also need a 5-link orb. And I mean, the 4-link orbs are relevant, but you at least don't need that one in between. So that will at least help in that axis. But yeah, I would say they're a tad rare, especially the 5-link. I think that should be a bit more accessible. I don't mind the 6-link.
Well, the 5-link will become more accessible by virtue of 6-link.
That's true. By virtue of that, it will be, economically speaking as well.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, yeah, I mean, sure.
All right, that answers that then. Go on, Gazi.
Visual clarity, rares versus blue monsters, being able to spot them without needing to hover over them. Like maybe a hue around them or something. Is there any plans for this?
I'm personally not a fan of the for now glow thing that PoE1 has. The intention was to make it so the mods would make it visible enough. There might still be a few that need some adjustment.
I have something I want to try, which is like, you know, it's going to make it feel a bit more in-world, but I need to try it to know if it's the right answer. It won't be like a, you know, again, just a color shift to
general
the
defenses.
It ends up looking real tacky, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Rares were always meant to have one mod that is visual. Maybe it's not recognizable immediately, but something that at least can make you say, oh, there's a rare because it's some skill is going off or it has some visual. Whereas magics do not, which I agree is a problem.
6 portals? You don't get 6 portals.
We need to do something there. Me and an effects artist spoke about something and we want to test something, and I'll see. But it'd be nice to be able to solve that in a way that doesn't like make it just feel like there's all these colors on your screen and you know, you're actually again still caring about what the monster is more so than just like whether or not it's gold, yellow or blue kind of thing. So, but again, it did really look tacky. Like
I have a particular hate for Fresnel glows in games. I like people use them because they make things really visually obvious, but they look lame.
Agreed. So this next question here is a follow-up from the previous Tavern Talk we did. It's about lockstepping. You guys said you were making a hybrid version of it, and so we're kind of curious of the status of that, and if you guys have any information to share about the.
Unfortunately, we haven't had time to do
still
more on
we
that
just
one.
we don't even have predictive right now, right?
Yeah. So no, it hasn't been done yet.
Sure.
All right. Next question is searching nodes in the passive skill tree. It's currently very hard to see what nodes apply to your search prompt in the passive skill tree. Will this see any improvements?
I 1,000,000% want to improve this. It's a matter of just finding time for the UI programmers to do so. It is pretty bad. Like, it's especially with the new size as well, with it just being a lot larger. It is pretty awful to try and search for very specific things. Yeah.
The next question here.
I'll make it happen. I just hopefully it won't take too long is all.
All right.
So another question that we've seen is about API improvements potentially. For instance, being able to the current NeverSync can't use this filter where you can't do like tiers 1, 2, and 3. You can't hide them individually. So improvements around that specifically, or additions to API in Gemro. Is there any update on this?
So you tiers 1 like.
I suspect the rarity tier of the dropped rares are not exposed to the item filters.
Really? Was that not done?
That's the implication there.
That is the implication. I was actually not aware of that. And
sometimes we just miss the obvious things.
Yeah. Well, that would be trivial to add, though. We could probably do that.
There was something we did that was also obvious and very Oh no, it was the tier of the skill gems or something. I think we were adding, if not already added,
Right.
as well, because that was another thing you could filter by skill gem, but not by the.
But rarity
tier of
tier,
it.
rarity tier should be fine to add.
That should be 100% should be fine to add.
All right. Next question we have is localization improvements, as in different language support. It's been asked by multiple people. Is that something we're looking at for 0.2 or forward or future?
I mean, there's certainly 0 to 0 isn't going to have any extra languages, I believe. I think there was a list of languages that we still were planning on adding, but it's not like in the immediate time horizon. There's nothing on 0 to 0 though.
So it's kind of a random question, but currently how hardcore works, because there's no league, there's just the standard, is if you run hardcore SSF and you die, you become softcore SSF, right? So I'm assuming that if you die in hardcore Dawn, you're going back to the base.
Actually, no. So we are actually to the non-hardcore Dawn of the Hunt League, and it's funny because the reason why originally we made it so that hardcore of a league went back to standard instead of back to the lower version is that we actually had people in standard, the league were getting annoyed that people would die in hardcore and then be above them on the ladder. Because the people in hardcore were actually better players at the time. This is a long time ago. People in hardcore were better players than the people not in hardcore, and so we actually made that change because of people getting angry about that. But I think these days that won't be a problem anymore. So it's probably fine to just have that.
Even if it is, we could just delist them from the ladder.
Yeah,
for
we
some
could
amount of
probably
time.
delist.
Where'd the audio
top
go?
of this ladder, and then now someone from hardcore came and went above me. That was the reason that was originally like that.
All right, and next question here, and I'll send over to Gazi, is visual clarity specifically in regards to delirium affected maps. So sort of in the in-game, you're basically going to be deliriousing most of your maps if you're juicing, and it can be a little monotone in color of the saturation. So
I mean, I'm iterating on this. Like, I literally multiplied the delirium fog intensity by 0.5 yesterday, just as like, now I'm going to look at it again, and then maybe today I need to even lower it further or whatever,
Sure.
100%. It should be addressed, at least mitigated, if not all the way addressed in 020, yeah.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
Awesome. 2 more rapid fire questions. First one being private leagues. Will we see the possibility of this during the early access stage of the game?
Should be in early access, but not in the near future. We just the web guys need to get time to sort it out. And once that's done, we'll get it in.
All right. Last question. I would like to circle back to the API question, and that is regarding being able to see your character on the website that we have at PV1, but it also opens up the possibility for patho building imports.
Yep. So that is something that is being worked on. Same team. There's we'll get there soon. I mean, even internally, it would be nice for us to be able to look at characters on the website because we can just look at anyone's character as like admins, and that's just nice to be able to do.
They can't see our
just
characters
to
right
investigating
now.
things like why is this character OP and that kind of stuff. So yes, it'd be nice if we had that.
All right, well, that pretty much concludes it. I have one fun question for you on the way out the door, which is, what do you predict the most commonly played class is going to be for the first week?
Well, obviously the huntress, right? Like, obviously, there's going to be a million people wanting to try that out. So, I mean, look, it'll probably be some ridiculous number, like 70% huntresses or something. I don't know what the number will be, but something like that.
I mean, you would assume so, yes.
Yeah.
Right?
But I mean, after that,
after that is
that tougher to understand.
So Amazon or Ritualist then? What are you going with?
Oh, okay, right. You mean in terms of sanity? Well, okay. I reckon Ritualist for some reason. I just reckon. But maybe that's just because it appeals to me more. Like,
problem is, if I knew why one would be getting way more played than the other, then I would go and solve that problem.
Right. But I mean, to me, it's like I immediately taking the slot.
I'll pick the other one. I'll pick the other one just because I can't both pick the same. So I'll pick Amazon.
Right.
And I'll do it just because of the name and the Diablo 2 association, and I'm just going to pray that everyone just wants to play Javazon.
And my last playtest for the Ritualist, I took the ring slot, and then I didn't have a ring in my inventory, So I just forgot about it, and then I was like 20 levels later. I was like, oh crap! I still haven't put a ring on my third ring slot yet. It was like completely pointless. But yeah, hopefully the top of too
It's
many
not
players
only
do
just
that.
pointless because
Yeah.
the nodes.
Because there's a
before it,
downside. So I
You
was like
literally
saying
just hindered
myself.
your.
I forgot to add the ring. Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see who's right come the launch. And thanks for all the time and answering all the questions. Anything last you want to say on the way out the door here? We're done now.
Him saying that he doesn't know which one would be better or why people would play one over the other is just very telling that maybe ritualist isn't as crazy as we think it is. Maybe. I'm sorry. No. I was really good. I it's all good, man. I'm not upset at all. I thought it was really good. The only section I glazed over, I won't lie to you, was the minion stuff because I'm not a minion player. So my eyes just like, I was like, I'm gonna go get a sandwich. But it was a good interview. But him saying that he doesn't know which one he would pick is really interesting. It's really, really interesting. It's really interesting. I don't think the play is to click Ritualist. I'm pretty sure the play is to click Amazon. I'm pretty sure the play is to click Amazon. But yeah, and I thought the interview was fine. I thought it was really good. I learned a lot. I'm very excited about a lot of the interactions, a lot of the changes coming. I'm very, 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 very excited. Oh, it's really good. I'm clicking Lich. I think Lich is... I think... Knowing what I heard here... I think Lich is the play when you have currency, especially if the jewel socket works with Adorned. Especially if the jewel socket works with Adorned. Well, you have to assume Ingenuity is like pseudo nerfed, right? Well, we know it's nerfed, but you have to assume. So if Adorn used to be 0 to 150 and then they nerfed it 0 to 100, I assume Ingenuity is like 0 to 40. Amazon got base crit. Which is crazy. We can't think right now because we don't know what they did with the other sentences. You're right. Everything from here on out, every point made right now is like irrelevant, right? Like it's literally irrelevant. You just XDD, have a good laugh, and you just take everything with a grain of salt until Friday, right? So it's just a lot of really interesting information. It's just really good. A lot of really interesting information. It makes me yeah, I don't know. It's a lot to process. It's a lot to process. All the new sentences have hype. There's a big part of me that wants to see the patch notes on Friday and not log in Huntress and just see what other cool stuff there is because everybody's going to play Huntress. But there's a part of me that also really wants to play Huntress because Huntress, even Tactician's busted in ways. Yeah, when he said that that thing scaled with minions and like some of the other stuff about Tactician. All projectiles pinning is crazy. Yeah. Patch notes are tomorrow. They said Thursday, New Zealand time. So I assume it's tomorrow for us. Then farming currency early. Yeah. Hey, what up, man? Which is Wednesday, US. I would be nice to have the patch notes tomorrow as a content creator, but I am okay with getting the information Thursday. I would be really okay with getting the information like Thursday night. And this goes back to what I was saying earlier. There's like so much excitement with like getting the patch notes like 12 hours before and getting in a call with your boys and like freaking all out together and reading the patch notes. And then you're like, oh my God, it's like 8 hours to launch. And you're like, you can't sleep. You're running to the store. You're all hyped up on like dopamine, you know? Because of the time zones, when is the patch coming out for you, Thursday or Friday? Friday. Even 2 days is still tight time. Yeah, yeah. The fact that it didn't come out last week, every day that it doesn't come out makes it tighter and tighter. Down engineering being 40%, I think they'll go with rolls, negative value to positive ones. Maybe. You're bored with everything else? Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. You want to see what the buffs are and what I plan to do? I'm overall just really excited, man. I thought the interview was really good. I was like, I had a lot of fun watching it. It was very good. I think it made for really good conversation today. All right, what time is it? It's 2 o'clock. I have like 45 minutes. What do we do for 45 minutes? Should go farm for 45 minutes? It's not enough time to do like a playthrough. No, I don't think you want patch notes for questions. I think you want more of like the fishing and digging, right? What happens in 45 minutes? I gotta go leave to pick up my son from school. I gotta go pick up my kid from school. Remember, full-time dad. Sometimes I you know, same thing we do every day, Pinky. Grind some Hero Siege. I'm very grateful that Darth and Gazzy have the opportunity to get those interviews up and running, and that we get to benefit from seeing a lot of it. I think that's really cool. So is there an early release? Uh-oh. Caps lock enabled. Am I locked out of my shit? The minion stuff? Uh-oh. Are we cooked here? Are we locked out of our account? Did we get hacked? They didn't ask about Blight. He said they just ran out of time. Darth was just here. He said they ran out of time. He was like, I'm sorry. I'm like, dude, it's all good, man. I'm not going to be upset. You know, it is what it is. I hacked you. Look at me. I'm the captain now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Sell all your PoE1 stuff? I gave all the free shit away. Thought that was the case? I think their use of time was really good, right? Like, I'm okay with them not asking Blight related questions to get better information. Like, as much as I would love to hear about it and know and X, Y, and Z, right? I think there's a lot more pressing issues, and I think they covered a lot of really good. I mean, there was one or two things that I was just like, meh, whatever. You know, I mean, you know, we make the jokes about the minion stuff, right? But like, I definitely think there was one or two questions that were like, meh, but I think majority of the questions were, you know, really good. We'll get to it when we do. Hell yeah, dude. There's always the next Blight when question. There's always tomorrow, baby. I don't know. I'm just excited overall, you know? I'm not... So, like, I'm excited, but I'll be more excited Thursday. Patch notes tomorrow. We don't really know. No, you can just get the base game, dude. Just get the base game. It'll be fine. Yeah, you just get the base game. Maybe actually, I know what I want to do in this game. Time is it's 2 o'clock. I gotta go in 45 minutes. Can I get this Luna kill in 45 minutes? I think that's the real question. All right, let's swap some gear around to get this Luna kill in. Multiple affixes on the market. The fact that I had questions on it made sense. Yeah, I think that's fine. You know, just because I don't like something doesn't mean that it shouldn't get answered, right? There's plenty of people who enjoy that kind of stuff. And I said it's in today's video. So like, I don't know if you guys watched today's YouTube video, but here's a good opportunity to remind you to check out today's YouTube video. You know, I said in the YouTube video today that like in Path of Exile 1, I'm not a huge fan of minions, right? Like minions aren't like really like my thing in PoE 1, right? But in PoE 2, I find myself really enjoying minions in the archetype, right? So like, maybe just like if I played Spectres in PoE 2 and I like started diving into minions more, I'd be a little bit more interested. Are there caster builds in the game? There's a ton of caster builds, yes sir. Everything you can think of there's in this game. You can even get a Glock in 22 and blah, blah, a motherfucker. There's even AK-47s, there's wands, there's spark, there's lightning bolt, there's frost orb, frozen orb, frost balls, flame wall, firewall. Yeah, it's got everything. You could drop a truck on a motherfucker. No, he asked about this. I'm sorry. I don't know. Overall, I'm really excited. I thought the interview was really good, and I was very grateful to be able to watch it today. Now it's just a waiting game, right? Chainsaws. Yeah, now we just wait and see. I could end, and go fucking relax, but I'll hang out here for a few. I don't know. Friday feels so far away, yet so close. What I really want to know is, you know what information I would love to have, guys? I would love to know what changed between the interview and patch notes, or what changes between like the announcement and what's coming. Like, what did they change? What last minute big things happened? You know, what did they find that was broken or didn't work? I like that kind of information too. Like, I would love to know what like they found out just wasn't working as intended. I think that'd be pretty cool too to know. But whatever, maybe I'm crazy. My goal right now is I got a little bit of time. I want to do this quest before I go get Dean. We'll bang this out, go hop in the shower, go pick up my kid, and then I promised we would do ice cream today. We're gonna go get some ice cream. And then I bought him Mario Party yesterday, and we played around a Mario Party. So we're doing ice cream and Mario Party today. That's the current plan. Then I can die on the Luna fight before I go. Not die in real life, die in the Luna fight. Die in the Luna fight, and then it'll be more of an excuse for ice cream. Fuck best dad. I don't know, man. I always try to replicate the things my parents did. Like, my parents would randomly like pick me up from school and like take me to get ice cream, and like we'd go do things. So I kind of like want to return the favor, or like, I don't know, not return the favor. What's the word? I don't know. I want to replicate like what my parents did. You know, I had a really good childhood. Plus or minus a couple of things, but you know. Trying to make them fun ass core memories. Taking me for ice cream too? What? That reminds me, thinking about ice cream, I gotta go look up when the Minecraft movie comes out. Dean asked me to go see the Minecraft movie. I don't know how thrilled I am about the Minecraft movie, but Dean asked me to go see the Minecraft movie. Give it forward. That's also something that's on the agenda. Still waiting for your dad to return with the milk? Oh, God. Spooky. All right, we're racing the clock here. April 4th? Oh, that's this weekend. And then Dean's here next weekend. Perfect timing. Sick. Jack Black Momo. Yeah. That's like the only thing, the reason, yeah. Surprised you didn't coming out tonight with the patch notes. I almost turned my stream on today with Dead by Daylight playing as an April Fool's joke, but then I was like, oh dear God, let me not. Hey, yo, what up, man? Trying to see if I can do this Luna fight. I was talking in the Discord when I opened a Bifrost key and I wasn't paying attention, and I accidentally clicked an option on the Bifrost key, and I didn't know what I clicked, and I walked into the thing and it was Vanaheim, and I was kicking myself in the ass because I didn't have a chance to tell anybody. So now we got a fucking Vanaheim. I was expecting fake patch notes. Last Epoch did a dating sim. Classic. Yeah, this is what I get for multitasking. I don't think I'm gonna be able to kill it. Sorry, I ruined the Vanaheim for people. You did, actually. Yeah, I was literally typing you because I went to go buy Bifrost keys because I couldn't sit still during the interview, and they were doing the whole minion section, and I wanted to like do something while they were listening to the minion section. So I was like, oh, I'll go gamble Bifrost keys. And they were 4 million gold each, and I was like, well, guess I'm not gambling Bifrost keys. So kind of where we were. They were, yeah. They were earlier. Yep, I posted about it in the Discord, and then Imba Moose literally posted some for 3 mil, and I was just like, all right. Anybody doing Storm Waves? Their Napslot is, Bubbles is. But they also have like bajillions of gold in gear because it only, I believe it only works with bajillions of gold in gear. You have 18 Bifrost keys? I bought 2. I bought 2 when they were 3 million each. And I literally hit Vanaheim, and I was just like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Trying to figure out how to scale damage. Just ask them in the Discord. Sure, they'll have answers. Big Gamma, Friday for PoE. $17,000. It's 211. I won't have time to finish this. I'll have to do this later. Uber boss carry service one. I tried to carry Amun-Ra last night, and every time I did Amun-Ra last night for a buddy, I tried it 3 times last night for a friend. I spent hundreds of millions of gold last night buying entries. Every time I did Amun-Ra last night and I got to the second phase, it would spawn 2 bosses and the lightning wave would come, and I'd have to kill 2 bosses in the second phase and dodge the lightning wave. And then if I got through that and got to the phase where you fight Amun-Ra again, it was fine. And then you got to the phase where you fight the boss that spawns the ads, and there was 2 of them that just spawned double ads and infinite ads, and you just got overrun, and it happened 3 times in a row. And I just gave up. So I don't know. The fight itself is just so buggy. Garrus farming? I just did that for like 5 hours. I'm probably honestly just gonna go like find a quick bite to eat before I pick up Dean before ice cream. Whoa! I should Garrus farm though while I like finish this up, so that's probably what I'll do later after ice cream and Mario Party. That'll probably be the plan. Yeah, let's do it. All right, chat. I will be back tomorrow. Probably do a little Path of Exile 2 tomorrow. But for now, friends, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for awesome, amazing, beautiful. Thank you for the bits, love, tips, and subs. See you guys tomorrow in early morning. So whatever time it is, right now, minus 4.5 hours, we will be live again. So long, farewell, Olivia. Say have a good night. Shut up, cat. I'm shutting it off. I don't want to hear it. What do you mean, meow? Bye.